in a world of mages and magic, the last heir of the most powerful family. Russell Raymond is his name, our badass protagonist. A third-class mage with great ambitions. And a cursed past, however. He is not such an incredible mage, as he appears to be, because he was expelled from the Magic Academy without honor, without a guaranteed future, and for all these reasons, his only choice to survive was to become a mercenary. But destiny has good plans for him, because he is the cornerstone of this epic story, receiving a second chance to restart everything, all over again. This was the calling for him to become something far beyond what he ever dreamed of. This is the beginning of the story of our protagonist, Russell Raymond, our dragon-devouring mage. The story begins with this old man, here, asking if he really is from the Raymond family. But isn't that the name of the founding family? Says the old man. If this kid really is from the Raymond family, why on earth is he dressed like that, man? But anyway, after the old man sees his identification tag, there, he lets our protagonist pass. Man, the other guard over there asks the old man if he knows that boy. The old man says he is from the founding family, the Raymond family. The guy gets a bit confused. Like, why is he wearing those clothes? So if he is from the founding family, it seems the founding family isn't that big of a deal. But our protagonist doesn't care at all about those pieces of crap, man. Because he has finally arrived at the capital, Camelot. As he was walking, there he stops in front of the magic tower, where all the guardians of the tower gather. And as incredible as it seems, he too worked very hard to try to get there. To prevent the downfall of his family, later, when he died in the war against the Empire, they had to flee from the castle. Since our protagonist enters the tower to reclaim his territories, however, he was separated from his mother. At that moment, it was an impossible dream for the boy, because he was expelled from the academy before he could even apply to the magic tower. Russell Raymond, you failed 3 subjects in the history of this academy. This is the first time this has happened. You are actually good at theory, but you can't even complete a magic circle. Of the second circle, the reason our protagonist couldn't complete a second circle magic circle is because he has a disease called narrow mana veins. Narrow mana veins is a disease. Imagine being born with thin and weak energy, and because of that, he can only withstand a small amount of mana. In his body, for these reasons, he cannot cast any magic. Truly, this is the greatest punishment that the heavens can bestow upon a mage. Returning to the present, he was a bit thoughtful, because during his career as a mercenary, by a stroke of luck, he managed to complete the second magic circle. However, he's still a third-class mage, man. While he was lost in his thoughts there, a man opens the door saying that the quota for temporary work is full. In other words, they will have to come back tomorrow. Man, what? He gets pissed off because they spent the whole day. They're waiting for this job. Anyway, there's no choice, man. They'll have to get moving. But as the guys are leaving, there they mention that the museum is looking for temporary mages. The blonde guy says they should try there, but the other ugly guy asks if Hay's going crazy because they are looking only for first circle mages to do cleaning work, and they wouldn't lower themselves to that. But unlike them, obviously our protagonist accepts it, man. A while later, at the Great Museum of Low Room Man, he was explaining that it is the largest museum in the entire kingdom, and blah blah blah, he continues, saying that aristocrats will visit the National Museum this week, which means this place has to be flawless. And if any piece is accidentally damaged, you'd better prepare yourselves for the consequences. Oh, our boss doesn't care about that at all, right? They're probably all fake. Damn, man, what a dramatic guy. However, as he was walking there, he passes by a somewhat familiar place, a room called the Hall of Fantastic Species. And obviously it makes our protagonist curious. Right, but while he was thinking, there's something in his pocket starts to vibrate, and when he checks, it's his ring. I mean, the ring he puts on his finger. That's right, man, the ring his mother gave. To him, that's it, man. Clearly, it makes him even more curious. And when he least expected it, his body moved on its own into the room. He felt as if he were being pushed by destiny. Then he moves it. As soon as he enters, there is a giant dragon fossil man, and as he walks toward the fossil, the ring starts to vibrate. More he closes his eyes in hopes of remembering something, and finally, he recalls a memory from when he was younger. While he was with his mother, in this very room he is in now, he pointed to a place where there was apparently nothing, but he remembered that the heart of the ancient dragon rests in that place, a dragon's heart and the ring, which looks like a dragon's eyes. Just like that, he puts on the ring and wonders why the great dragon brought him there, and as soon as he put on the ring stopped vibrating. He gets a bit curious, like, why did it stop, man? Maybe Hei's imagining things, but out of nowhere, the ring starts releasing a very powerful magic, because the heart and the eye of the dragon have met, thereby opening another eye. The dragon tells him that he is enough to become the cornerstone of a new mythology. It will grant him a new chance, for the sake of mythology, and that's when he realized that the wheels that move the world have broken. It seems that, right there, his long-awaited destiny was beginning. Just like that, the system is activated, and the eye of the divine Dragon King is starting to confirm the world's information. Then he gets a bit confused. What is this annoying sound, however? He recognizes this voice from somewhere. What is happening? And just as he was opening his eyes to see who it was, he got smacked on the head to wake him up. Man, it was his professor who was pissed off at him, because he was sleeping in class, obviously. Of course, he gets confused. What do you mean? Professor Humbert is here. Didn't he die years ago? He takes a quick look to the side, takes a quick look to the other side, and sees his classmates. And as soon as he looks down, he sees that he is smaller than usual. When he puts his hand on his face, he realizes that he returned to the past. Man. And since he was sleeping in class, the professor throws him out, However, our protagonist gets a bit curious, because he really traveled through time. This kind of magic, well, to tell the truth, this can't even be called magic. That's when he remembers the words of the dragon, that for the sake of mythology, it would give him a new chance. So he definitely went back, but when he looks at his finger, the ring was gone, man. But while our protagonist was lost in his thoughts, the professor walks out asking why he was sleeping in class, especially since he isn't usually like that. He just apologizes there. There's no other way, right? It seems they're going to have to talk. So the professor asks him to come to his office after lunch, but even after getting scolded by the professor, our protagonist will be happy, right? Because it's been a long time since he got into trouble. But out of nowhere, someone comes up behind him, giving him a punch to the head. Who did this, you son of a bitch? And when he looks, it's 3 bullies who used to torment his life. First, the ugly guy says that he is too relaxed, so he tries to slap our protagonist in the face, but the blonde guy stops him, because the teachers are watching them. Man, you can't do that here, you sucker. Then he tells our protagonist that he asked him to take notes for him, but it seems he was busy sleeping. This blonde guy is Frederick. Frederick, if you don't want to die, follow me to the bathroom. Our protagonist had forgotten how this felt. He had also forgotten that this kind of thing happens, but when he looks down, he sees something a bit strange in front of him. A system window appears, saying, "Escape the bullying. Teach a lesson to the 3 bullies." Who are bullying? You, obviously. He gets a bit confused. Like, what the hell is this, man? Is this real? But while our protagonist was looking at the system window, the blonde guy asked what he was doing. He knows it's no use running away from us. But if you're scared, you can try to run. Obviously, our protagonist gets annoyed with him, man, because a mission like this wasn't even necessary. Especially since he was already going to slaughter them. Anyway, right, man? After years and years of living as a mercenary, this is nothing compared to the killing intent he felt from the monsters. Compared to those losers, they are even cute. And the blonde guy gets excited, saying that he finally decided to listen. Right, man? Yeah, I listened, you wretched cockroach. And obviously, after hearing that the ugly guy who tried to slap him charges at our protagonist with everything, man. But that's nothing to our protagonist. He easily dodges the ugly guy's punch, and boom, hits him square in the stomach, and with just one punch, he knocked the guy out and sent him flying, man. And when the other lackey tries to say something, he also took just one hit and went down too. Man, the blonde guy is impressed by this, not expecting it from a fallen family. In the academy, there is a rule that they cannot use magic inside, but they can still fight physically, so he charges at our protagonist with everything, using a ring that gives him more strength. But how's our protagonist doing, man? Hayes totally relaxed, boy. And when the blonde guy thought he had beaten our protagonist, he stops his punch with one hand. Frederick, you were outperformed in the rankings by your brother. And even your family gave up on an idiot. Like you, how dare a piece of disgusting trash. Like you even mentioned my family's name. And when the blonde guy saw that, he became scared to death, saying, just you wait and blah blah blah. But our protagonist just lands a heavy punch on his face and knocks him out too. Man, from now on, behave yourselves, you pieces of trash. If you don't want to die sometime after beating up those ugly guys, there, man, he sat on the ground to take a rest. Right? A rest, man, since the guy was reborn. And since he beat up the extras, he completed the mission, thus receiving a lower-ranked magic stone. What makes him curious is that it's written there that it is consumable. In other words, Hayes supposed to eat it, right? Well, since it says there that it is consumable, he gulps it down, and as soon as he eats the mana stone, an insane magic begins to emanate from his body. However, the mana was flying out of his body instead of into his magic circle. So, he closes his eyes to concentrate and absorb all that magic that way. He manages to absorb everything into his magic circle. This is great for him because with this, he can overcome this mana-restricting disease, the fall of his family, his expulsion from the academy, and being a third-class mercenary mage. At this moment, he can change all of that sometime. Later, he went to meet the professor in his room. Then, the professor says that today he is looking a bit different from usual. What is going on? Are you going through some kind of difficulty, my boy? This is Professor Humbert. In our protagonist's past life, this professor was someone who never abandoned him until the very end. He always wanted to say something to the professor. No. Need to worry? Thank you, Professor. Even though our protagonist thanked him and all. Since he fell asleep in class, he will have to be punished. Right. He tells him to write an analytical report from pages 62 to 74 in the intensive elementary studies. And this is a section that even upper-class students struggle with. Man, will our protagonist be able to do it? I don't know. But let's find out right now. And after the professor assigns this task to him, the system window pops up, right? Complete Professor Humbert's task. Depending on the completion level and Professor Humbert's satisfaction level, you will receive an additional reward, obviously. As always, the reward is a mana stone. This leaves our boy curious, right? Because there are quests even for regular assignments. Professor Humbert asks if there's any problem, if the assignment is too difficult for him, but our protagonist says no and thanks him for the assignment. Sometime later in our protagonist's room, he was doing the assignment, and it said that for him, it isn't. Difficult, it's an easy thing, after all, in his past life. Due to his hopeless mana ability, he worked extremely hard, studying theory to compensate for it, and even while he worked as a mercenary, he didn't stop studying, however. In this life, there is something just as important as studying the training of his mana veins. The mana vein is the path through which mana circulates. The mana absorbed through breathing circulates through the mana vein and gathers in the heart, and it's released as magic through it. Because of this, the first magic circle, fire magic, and boom, in other words. The stronger the mana vein, the more mana is collected and the faster. Its releases, however, back then, his mana vein was extremely weak, and he struggled fighting against monsters. But on that very day, while he was fighting the monster, right? After being thrown against a wall, he accidentally discovered a certain place. Did the heavens pity him? Or was it just pure luck? Because he had found a historical site of unknown origin hidden away. Inside were 2 grimoires, and luckily for him, the grimoires explained about mana veins. In the mage's body, One of the grimoires talked about the mana vein, and the other grimoire trains the physical body and expands the mage's body. It's a grimoire that replaces muscle tissue with a part of the mana vein. In other words, the stronger our protagonist's body is, the firmer. The mana vein will become the extent of the change. Wasn't that significant? While he was in his adult body, but in his current growth stage, he will achieve even greater results. This time he swears he will overcome this disease. Sometime later, the boy was exhausted. Tired out, right? But just as he was thinking of stopping, the system appears. Right, a quest to practice ancient magic on the mana vein and also run 5 kilometers. And obviously, he gets disappointed, right? Everything was normal. Until now, so why is it changing all of a sudden? The system starts spamming a bunch of notifications there that I'm not going to read because I'm lazy. Right, if you want to read it, it's right there anyway. Well, there's no way around it. Looks like our boy will have to run 5 kilometers, especially since he can't waste this opportunity. So, just like that, he starts running after a while. He ran 1.5 kilometers, 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers, and there's still just a little bit more, and he was almost dying there, looking like me. Since I'm not going to exercise, man, he pushes himself a bit more and goes for it, son. A while later, he managed to complete the mission, however. While our protagonist was resting, after running 5 kilometers, someone was watching him the next day. He handed all the reports over to the professor. Clearly, the professor gets a bit curious. Right? Did you really do this yourself? Then our protagonist says, yes, and in case he doesn't believe him, he can make a mana oath. The professor gets a bit curious. A mana oath. And since our protagonist is calm, relaxed, and at peace, the professor believes him, and since Professor Humbert believed him, he completed the mission, man. Comprehension level increased. In the art of beast summoning, thanks to the increase in understanding, the following results will be in effect. Increase in magic power, decrease in mana consumption, reduction in spell casting time. In other words, this means that the higher his comprehension level is, the stronger he will become in this case. Just as Professor Humbert was about to dismiss our protagonist, he asks him for a favor. He asks to enter the professor's library. But Professor Humbert says that the student library should have enough books. To meet his needs, however, our protagonist just tells him, I've already read all those books. And of course, Professor Humbert was completely shaken. Man, he thought that was incredible. However, he has to see if our protagonist is qualified to go inside. Thus, he received a new mission, complete Professor Humbert's task. A while later, our boy was training as always, however. When our protagonist was just chilling there, drinking his water or whatever that was, Lorem and his lackeys showed up again. Our protagonist asks him if he came to him to take revenge on him, and Lorem says no, because who would take revenge on a piece of trash? Like you, see you in class, Russell? And that's when our protagonist remembers the practical magic combat studies, a class that ranks students by having them duel against each other, and obviously the class where he was always humiliated. He can't just stand there, especially since he needs to take revenge on that ugly guy. Thus, he received a new mission, boy, reach the second circle, and he did everything to get stronger. From studying hard, which was what he always did, to even training to his absolute limit, and to complete Professor Humbert's mission. He did various tasks over and over again to be able to enter the library, and after a long time working hard, he managed to complete the missions a while. Later, in our boy's room, he was a bit pensive because consuming all the mana stones. Could his body really handle it? Anyway, it's no time for him to be thinking he will have to trust this arduous training that he did all this time. So he takes the mana stones and downs them. Man, and just like that, an insane amount of mana begins to flow through his body. He thinks it's incredible. It's as if his body were on fire. However, he needs to find the path and visualize the mana currents and rotate them into a new circle. If he fails at this, he will die, however. He has already made up his mind no matter what happens. He will have to endure this magic, and just like that, An insane beam of magic shoots out of his window. And in the end, he managed to complete the second circle. Look, the boy fell to the ground exhausted. Man, time to rest, right? The guy isn't made of iron. The next day, Professor Humbert was impressed with him. Because he managed to complete all the tasks, however, for him to be able to enter the professor's library, Professor Humbert has one last question, one that is a bit more fundamental than the previous questions. He says that this question is closer to the truth among the four structures that make up magic. Which one is the most important? For a moment, our protagonist hesitated. Then Professor Humbert sees that he asked a very difficult question. This is that, and blah, 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 blah. However, our protagonist says that the answer is mental visualization. The professor asks why he thinks that. He says that magic is the manifestation of something in the real world. People classify magic into a 4-level process. Assimilation, where you learn the principles of natural phenomena. Mental visualization, where you visualize what you learned in your mind, where you utilize the formula in order to manifest the visualization, and manifestation, where the magic comes into existence in the real world. Through the formula, assimilation, construction, and manifestation can be learned through effort and study. However, mental visualization is not something you can achieve with simple effort alone, only by surpassing your limits and achieving freedom of imagination. Through courage is how you decide the level of the user's mental visualization. For example, here we have a simple flame. If I imagine this flame to be an arrow, it becomes the second circle magic, fire arrow. If you imagine anything else besides an arrow, then a new magic will emerge, thus becoming a magic completely different. And if he doesn't place a limit on his mental visualization, he can create something that doesn't exist in this world. Miraculous like a shadow, where the sun shines or hot. Ice. Everything begins with the understanding of the world, but ends by touching the laws of the world. This is what magic means. Professor Humbert is impressed. It was just as he thought. The student library is too small for you, boy. And just like that, he completes another quest. Sometime later in the professor's library, our protagonist was impressed because they have everything from traditional ballistic trajectory magic, botanical magic, and blah, 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 blah. They have all of that there, man. However, while our protagonist was there studying peacefully, and someone is sending me a message in this crap, someone behind his back says that he is reading a very interesting book. However, when our protagonist looks, there was no one there, because that person was already right in front of him, man. This is Daria Snow White, the master of the Flame Tower. Man, let me tell you guys, she's a total 10, man. Sometimes it's not even about the iPhone. Oh, and being a gentleman, our protagonist introduces himself, saying that it's a pleasure to meet the master of the Flame Tower. Pleased to meet you, master. My name is Russell Raymond. Obviously, our protagonist is impressed, because the beautiful lady Master Daria is already at the 8th circle, and there are few people who can reach that level. Despite her being over 80 years old, it's not possible to tell she's over 80? No. Never. Man, never. Look at this. She uses an incredible amount of mana to maintain her youthful appearance, just like Tsunade from Naruto. And also, she is the master of the best magic tower. Ranked in the red faction, she gets impressed because he knows her. Like, who wouldn't know her, right, man? Then he asks what she is doing. There, she says he doesn't need to be nervous. She offers him a candy. Right there, look at that. Forget it, that candy is for me. After receiving a candy from the beautiful lady, Daria asks how a student managed to enter the professor's library. Then our protagonist says that Professor Humbert gave authorization to him, right? This makes her even more curious. How did that stingy guy let you in here? Right, and she gets very interested. Because our protagonist's mana is extremely pure, and his mana distribution is very stable. How rare our protagonist gets confused. Did she notice something? But she tells him not to worry, especially since she wasn't there to teach him anything. Our protagonist just thanks her, right? Man? Anyway, after talking to our protagonist, She tells him to get stronger and get going, of course. The Tower Master. A while. After reading a lot, our protagonist is also on the move, but when our protagonist was right there at the door, man, that red-haired guy and his henchman appeared again. No way. Man, this crazy guy is following our protagonist. Everywhere, dude. This guy is always there. Well, it's impossible not to be a bit curious as to why he is leaving the professor's library. However, the redhead says that he must have kissed some professor's butt. No. Way, man. Give it your best. Russell Raymond, a good while later in the magic combat class, one of the professors was saying that the first person to be called must go down to the arena and choose a student to be their opponent. That doesn't seem very balanced, man. But anyway, most of the time, the professors usually choose the weakest students first, but it has changed this year so that they can choose someone of the same level. In our protagonist's past life, he was always the first to be called. Everyone starts talking, saying they bet that Russell will be the first again, this and that. However, the professor tells them to be quiet, saying he is going to choose the first student right now. Stop messaging me, man. The first one is Anton Frederick, that red-haired guy. There, and as he passes by the professor, you guys already know it was a setup. Right, boys? It's completely rigged. But our protagonist already knew that, right? And the first person Anton chooses, obviously, is our protagonist. Russell Raymond, get the hell down here. A while before Russell's battle, our beautiful master went to visit Professor Humbert. He asks what she is doing there. She says it's nothing special. Just a teacher visiting her student. Then she asks if he gave a pass to a boy named Russell to enter the library. He says yes, and asks if Russell did something wrong. She says no, and that she hadn't seen something so rare in a long time. And the clueless professor says she is right, that his mana talent and all that, and blah blah blah. But Daria says he is a fool, because that child overcame his own problem, and the clueless guy continues. Without understanding, she says that Russell has already created his second circle. Man, returning to the present in the battle between that ugly guy and our protagonist. As always, we receive a mission. Win during the magic training. The reward is a lower-class magic stone, and a new inventory slot has been unlocked. And obviously you can't help but be interested, right, son? Because the slot is a magic feature that only advanced mages can use. This will be very useful for our protagonist to store his magic stones. But enough talk, son. The ugly guy asked if our protagonist froze. Beg. And I'll forgive you. Haha, beg. Stop being an idiot. Wow, I'm impressed. Because with this magic, then, he really cured his disease. Screw that, son. Less talking and more fighting. Damn it. Then he uses second circle magic. Flamethrower. But that's nothing for our protagonist's son. He uses a tilted shield and deflects the flames upward. The chubby guy gets impressed, because he used a slightly tilted shield to deflect the flames upward. And that ugly guy who plotted with Anton, man. I don't know. I don't remember the name of that ugly guy. He gets totally confused. Seeing Russell using magic, take that, you ugly jerk. Take it. Up yours, meanwhile, the redhead can no longer stand maintaining this magic. And of course, our protagonist noticed it, son. As soon as the ugly guy's magic ends, he uses second circle magic, magic arrows. Man, it completely overwhelms the ugly guy, but it wouldn't be that easy to defeat the ugly guy just like that. He uses a magic shield, underestimating our protagonist, thinking he would only be able to shoot a single magic arrow. But when he looks, there are already several heading right for him. That guy with the glasses is totally impressed, man, because it's not a double casting. But the chubby guy says no. It really looks like a double casting. But it's more like his invocation speed is so fast that it appears to be that way. And Ando, realizing that our protagonist can only use fire magic, uses a shield specialized against fire. Second circle magic, fire protection. But that was exactly what our protagonist was waiting for. Man, he says that as soon as our protagonist's magic runs out, he will be the winner. However, second circle magic, wind arrow, and boom, he hits him dead center. Man. But it didn't end there, man. When the ugly guy least expected it, our protagonist was right in front of him. I'm going to take it all, and boom, right now. Even though he was almost defeated, the ugly guy tried to use lightning magic. But do you guys really think our protagonist would let him? Of course. Not he goes. Right through, the fire heats up again, and boom, take. Another hit, you loser, man. The guy with glasses becomes desperate. What kind of magic is that? Stop this match immediately. But Professor Humbert says that it's not. Magic. Look closely at him, Professor. And when the ugly guy with glasses looks at him, he sees our protagonist covered in mana. It's almost like a knight's armor. Professor Humbert says he doesn't know how he managed it. But you really found a way, Russell. And just like that, our protagonist finally beat Ando. Or whatever his name is, man. This crazy guy is such a loser that I don't even remember. His name? Hey, what are you doing, aren't you? Supposed to announce the winner? The winner is Russell Raymond. The guy with glasses says he did a good job, and that he can leave now, however. Our protagonist says he isn't finished yet. According to the classroom rules, unless the winner forfeits, I will choose your next opponent. The next one is you, and obviously Hayes doing this, guys. To complete that quest where he has to win the magic duel, come at me, boy. And for some reason, it didn't show the next battles. It must be, because those guys are complete trash sometime. Later, in Professor Humbert's office, they were saying that our protagonist won 14 times in a row. See, that's why I didn't show the battles. Those guys are really just total trash, man, and not. Only was Professor Humbert impressed, but the other professors were too. Even though it was the first time they saw him, they recognized Russell's mana potential. And in any case, the professor gets curious and wonders how he improved so fast. Russell Raymond. Interesting. Meanwhile, our protagonist completed the quests, thereby receiving the inventory item. He gets a bit curious, wondering if the reward is inside the storage box, and to test it, he puts his hand inside to see. As soon as he pulls his hand out, he sees it's a map. Go to the location marked on the map and complete the designated quest. When you approach the location, the lights will guide your path. He will earn 5 intermediate grade mana stones. He also receives a warning telling him to only attempt this achievement once he reaches the 3rd circle, and Hayes, a bit confused, reached the 3rd circle. How is he going to do that? Boy, the 3rd circle. He tried countless times before his regression, but he was never able to reach that level. Will he make it this time? And where on earth is it? Since he doesn't know, he went to take a look in the library. By using the professor's information, he might be able to find some clue, and so he begins to study. Studying and researching various things, but he couldn't find anything. If he can't find this location, he will have to focus on reaching the 3rd circle first. While our protagonist wasn't there, everyone was talking about him. And clearly he gets sad because although he escaped the resentment and bullying, he is still alone, however. Professor Humbert appears, calling him, and asks if he can go with him. For a wow, old professor. A while later in the room, Professor Humbert asks our protagonist if he has any plans for the summer break. Our protagonist says not yet, so Professor Humbert asks him if he can help with a research project, however. While Professor Humbert was explaining everything he needs to do to him, he sees a magazine on the table that caught his attention, and that's when he realizes that the location in the magazine is the exact place he had been looking for all this time. So he apologizes to Professor Humbert, because to tell the truth, he does have plans for this summer now. This is where the professor really gets confused, right? Didn't he just say he didn't have any plans? But anyway, he says Hayes going to that place. In the magazine, the famous Maldives island. A few days later, our protagonist was traveling to the Maldives. And since it's far as hell, right, it's time to grab some grub, because a man isn't made of iron. And his food is a mana stone. Look at that. You get it? The old man in the carriage thinks it's a bit strange, since it really is summer. But why is it so hot like this, man? Little did he know that our protagonist is back there Doing what, man? Working hard, trying to reach the third circle. Meanwhile, Professor Humbert was finding it a bit strange. Hayes also going to the Maldives? Wait, who else is there then? Man, I wonder if Daria is hot, man. Meanwhile, in the Maldives, Daria's there, just soaking up the sun, man. And hey guys, don't tell me it wasn't a dry wind, man, and she's only there. Because this city is her hometown. She wonders when her last vacation was. I'm tired of standing around and having to give presentations on magic research. And even developing students. 9, 6, 3. These 3 numbers hold special meanings for mages. The 9th circle represents the endpoint. Of those who walk the magical path, the 6th circle represents an individual's realization. As a mage as they walk the path, to become a great mage. And the 3rd circle marks the beginning of an individual's life as a mage. And after she talks about the beginning of the journey, she gets a bit curious. Right. She wonders if that child is doing well. Obviously, she's talking about our protagonist, right, man? Meanwhile, our boy is grabbing some grub. Right. He has to eat, because a man isn't made of iron, man. In reality, Hayes only eating like crazy. There because he passed out, man. While trying to reach the 3rd circle, but it seems it was worth it, right? Because he managed to reach the 3rd circle, however. He can't just be satisfied with that. He has to go much further. Anyway, now that he has reached the 3rd circle, he needs to find that location on the map, however. Since it's his first time, there, it's quite difficult. But luckily for our protagonist, a guy starts shouting. They're that Hayes going to do a volcano tour. He has a special discount. Only for today a while? Later, that guy doing the tour is explaining about the volcano of legend, and blah 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 how it became a volcano. It used to be a mountain, and few, if anyone, cares about that, however. This makes our protagonist curious. It changed nature just by being. There is only one creature in the world capable of that, and that creature is a red dragon. And because of that, it's better to go alone. From here, right? Look at this idiot, man. While the ugly guy who was leading everyone was distracted, our protagonist takes off, man, especially since he needs to do this alone, so he goes for it, right? A while later, our protagonist arrived at the location, and he finally understood what the map was. Trying to say about the light, the guide it is indicating. For him to go through the waterfall, right? So he uses a wind arrow and goes right through. Go for it, son. However, there's one thing that leaves our boy curious, because the mission told him to reach the 3rd circle. But there isn't a single monster. There, man. What do you mean, boy, however? While our protagonist was walking, there he senses a presence. It seems he forgot about his days as a mercenary and lowered his guard in a situation where there are no monsters, beasts, or sounds. That means you have entered the territory of a powerful predator. In other words, a Komodo dragon. And obviously, it charges right at our protagonist with everything, son. However, this isn't good at all for our protagonist. It comes leaping right at him. The only problem is that it's a monster. That can only be defeated by at least a group of mercenaries. In other words, the only thing our boy can do right now is run away, son. Just like that, he activates 2nd circle magic, Thunder Arrow, and unleashes mana. Right at the Komodo dragon with everything. And obviously with that, he bought some time, so he takes off, son, however. When our protagonist was almost reaching the door, the guards won't let him pass. Prove that you are worthy to enter with your mana. Obviously, our protagonist is flabbergasted, because he doesn't know what to do, but he doesn't have time. To stay there thinking about it, son, I can't get in. Through there, so ill create my own path. Thus, he uses 2nd circle magic, Fire Ray, however. For some reason, the Komodo dragon stops right in front of him. It bows before our protagonist. Obviously, our protagonist gets curious. Why did the dragon from another world stop? And the reason for this is quite simple. You proved your worth. Thus, the squad lets him pass, and the door begins to glow. And when he looks, he was teleported to an unknown place. If he takes a look around him, he sees several golems and a giant horn. Right in front of him that some bastard dropped, and obviously it's a system mission. Mission 2, defeat all the ice golems in the area and complete the fire challenge. The reward is still a mystery, and as always, he will win. 5 more mana stones, only this time they are intermediate grade. And obviously, our protagonist is on high alert. Because what do you mean, ice golems? And when he looks closer, the golems came to life. Life. It looks like our boy is getting screwed, right, guys? Because Hei's going to have to defeat all these golems, but there's no way around it, right, guys? If he wants to get stronger, he will have to defeat all these golems. However, it won't be such a simple task, right, boy? Just like that. He prepares a fire flash and hurls it right at the golem. With everything, he knows that to kill a golem, he has to destroy the core inside it, however. He only managed to make a crack in the golem's core. Son, clearly he was frustrated, but it's no time for that, boy. If fire doesn't work, then he will use wind. Son. Yeah, however, for some reason, he couldn't cast the wind spell, in fact. He couldn't use any other spell. Son, only the fire spell. And that's when he remembers the system notification. The fire challenge. In other words, he will have to face the ice golems, using only fire. But while he was dodging the golem, there he trips and falls to the ground. It looks like our boy got cornered. If he can only use fire magic, then there's no other choice. Come at me. From now on, playtime is over. He creates 3 fire arrows and fires them right at a golem, destroying it at least. That's what he thought. But it wouldn't be that easy. To destroy the golems like that, right, son? As soon as the golem's core became exposed, he prepares some flames and destroys another golem, but there were still 2 left. But if he keeps going at this pace, he will run out of mana, even before defeating all of them, meaning he needs to find another way, boy. While he runs away from the golems, he says that to break these resistant ice layers of a golem, he needs to focus all his power on a single point. In the end, the answer is density. First, he needs to back up to cast the spell, and then he makes a fire arrow, along with the amplification formula, adding the amplification form of the flaming ray. And finally, to merge all of this, the comprehension formula, however, when he was almost making the flame spear, the golem charges at him with everything sunned, however. In the end, he managed to pierce the golem's chest and create the spear. Flame spear. An original spell of our protagonist. He says he can feel a power that approaches at least the 5th circle, but he doesn't have much time with this spear. Because just to maintain this spear magic, a large amount of energy is being drained. And since he doesn't have much time, he charges right through the golems with everything, son. Now the one in front tries to attack him with everything. However, our protagonist goes right through and destroys it. And another 3, son, and it still hits them. But it didn't end there, son. There were still 4 left, and with just 1 swing, he destroyed 2 more, leaving only 2. One of them tries to hit him from behind, but that's nothing for our protagonist. He manages to dodge and wham. He cuts the golem in half, son. Now, there's only 1 left, son. However, he got distracted and the golem hits him dead on. And to our protagonist's misfortune, he only has enough mana left. For just 1 attack, in this case, he takes the spear and throws it right at the golem with everything. Son, and in the end, he managed to defeat all the golems, thus completing the mission. And as I said, the spear was draining all his magic. And because of that, he passed out, right? But while he was unconscious, the horn of the Forgotten King, the fire essence begins to glow out of nowhere. Just like that, the system will enter the memories of the Forgotten King for our protagonist to receive the reward, and when he wakes up, he is in a rather strange place, bound by several chains. Thus the system says that he obtained the reward. The horn of the remnant of the fire essence entered the memories of a dragon. I deliver to you the fragment of the king. Thus, that giant horn goes toward our protector and pierces his stomach, releasing a giant power into his body. Please use this power too, but just as the dragon was about to say the rest of what he needed to do, our protagonist wakes up on the beach, obviously. Hei's a bit confused, right? Not knowing what happened. Boy. And that's when he feels the enormous magic running through his body, son. At that moment, he can see how close he is to the 4th circle. No. Hei's getting overpowered, but anyway. While our protagonist is lost in his abilities, someone arrives there. Guys, calling for our protagonist. It's her, the girl. Go on. She likes. It's Daria, damn it, obviously. Our protagonist got curious and asks what she is doing. There, she says that she felt a mana eruption. So, that's why she went there to see what it was, and that's where she found our protagonist. Their son, and obviously she is impressed. Because in this short period of time, our protagonist is almost reaching the 4th circle. Not only that, according to her, the mana of our protagonist became even purer. In other words, our boy is a genius, son. A genius, no? Right? Hayes using hacks, the rascal. Then he asks her, what brings her all the way out here? And she says that few people know about this, but that is her hometown, and that's why she goes there every summer. Now it's her turn to ask, right? She asks. What our protagonist is doing? There, however, it's still a bit too early for our protagonist to tell her everything. Right? He was remembering that blatant lie, right, man? He says he went there just to see more of the world. She asks if she should test his skills, so she asks our protagonist for help. She uses fire magic, giving a cloak to our protagonist with the symbol of the flame tower, and boy, as always, he receives a mission, right man test, of Daria Snow White. She is fighting against the human trafficking pirate ship, and the reward is the same as always, right? A mana stone? Meanwhile, on the pirate ship, several people were being enslaved. But obviously, according to our gorgeous old lady, slavery is forbidden in the kingdom, which is why they do not allow human trafficking ships to stop at their ports. But unfortunately, right, there are some ships trying to stop near the shallows. And she says that she can't do all of this alone. But she says that the goal of this plan is to rescue the victims and seize the ship, which requires a very detailed plan. In other words, they need to feign an attack. According to our protagonist, she says yes, exactly that. They need to feign an attack. While she feigns the attack, our protagonist goes in and rescues the civilians. But obviously, our protagonist realizes that, since she asked for his help specifically, this must be a test, man. But the master says that what might happen now could be a little difficult for our protagonists. But the path of a guardian is not always smooth. And noble, this is just another destiny for us mages. And just like that, she flies off to draw the pirate's attention. Obviously, our little protagonist thinks, curious, the path of a guardian. And it seems it worked. Her plan to draw the pirate's attention, because she is emanating an insane aura. Man, that's how the guys notice her. They start shooting multiple arrows at her, but that is nothing to our gorgeous old lady, man. You fools. How dare you hide in my hometown? Let's see if you are as skilled as you are daring, just like that. She drops several burning embers onto the ship, and one of the idiots there starts kicking the burning ember, and out of nowhere, a small hand comes out of the fire and grabs the guy's foot, incinerating him completely, man. This is an origin skill of Daria Snow White. The burning wood dwarves. While Daria causes a little chaos, our protagonist boards the ship and goes after the prisoners. Meanwhile, down below, obviously there is a guard guarding the prisoners. The prisoners wonder if it's the Navy, meaning they are saved, but the guy grabs the whip there and says that whatever happens, none of them will escape their clutches. At least that's what he thought. Because our protagonist arrives like what, man? In that awesome style, grabbing his neck, using a lightning skill? Oh, it goes down just that, easily. Man, I thought it would be harder. One of the prisoners asks if he is there to rescue them. He says yes, but until all the pirates are gone, it is safer for them to stay inside for now. And that's when our protagonist sees that they are even selling children as slaves, and obviously, he got furious about it. And obviously, after the pirate sees the fat guy knocked out, he sends the pirates charging at our protagonist with everything, but there's no need to say anything else, right, guys? That's nothing. For our protagonist, man, he casts a second circle magic, electric discharge, and with just one attack, he defeats all of them. But our protagonist sees an interesting door, and as soon as he enters, he finds it a bit strange. Because what kind of cell is this in someone in the background? asks if he is the mage from the flame tower. So he uses light magic to see what it is, and when he looks, they are elves. But our protagonist says no. He is not yet a mage of the flame tower. But before anything could happen, a white-haired elf from the back tells him to stop being so rude. This is Ilo, and by the looks of it, she holds a higher rank in the elven hierarchy. She must be a princess. Yeah, most definitely. But anyway, she turns back to our protagonist and says his mana is as pure as the light of the setting sun. She can smell a spirit on him. There is a waifu in this work. Damn, woohoo. However, Lorraine gets a bit curious. Like, how is he not just a common human? She repeats. She can smell a spirit. Coming from him, obviously, our protagonist gets curious. The smell of a spirit. And our foolish protagonist sniffs himself to see if he can smell the spirit. Man, that's so silly. Wow, you're so silly. Then Lauren, who was being rude before, apologizes and begs him to please get them out of there. And just like that, all the elves bowed, asking for his help. This is quite rare, you guys, because elves are known for their strong egos. And out of nowhere, they changed their attitude just because of one sentence from her. She is probably a high elf, however. To our protagonist's misfortune, while he was freeing the elves, this captain arrives right on time and sees all his subordinates knocked out. And he finds it a bit strange. Right, because his warriors are strong. How did they lose so easily? And that's when he looks at the door and gives that evil little smile. Meanwhile, on the outside of the ship, the captain arrived right on time and slices through the flame imps. You guys were having trouble with these imps? How pathetic. Then he starts shouting at the old woman that Hay's going to cut her into pieces and this and that, blah, blah, blah. However, Daria finds it interesting. And to prove it, she steps down onto the ship. The captain gets confused because if she is a mage, why is she closing the distance? Huh, so, you're the captain. He says yes, he is the captain. Captain Don Clink is his name, however. Daria noticed something interesting. The guy can use aura, which means he was once a knight. She asks him what Hay's doing. There, he simply, out of nowhere, the guy went wild, man, and says, does a knight's honor feed you? And pay your taxes, The Clink brothers are making so much money. Selling slaves. Why would I stop? And that's when Daria realizes, brothers, however. Less talking and more fighting. The guy goes to slash her with everything, looking furious. But meanwhile, returning to our protagonist, while he was saving the elves, out of nowhere, the wall is smashed and spears are thrown at him. However, he notices it instantly and manages to use shield, the knight. Goes incredible, since you managed to defend against that by the looks of it. You really are a mage, kid. It seems our protagonist is in a tight spot, right, man? Because the guy is a knight who uses aura, and as always, the system window pops up, man. First fight against a swordsman, and that's when our protagonist realizes that this guy is the vice captain of the ship. The guy says, you might be a mage, but you're still just a kid. Look at this, you only knocked out my subordinates instead of killing them. If you win a fight, you have to kill your opponents. Relax. It'll show you how it's done, kid, however. That threat means nothing to our protagonist, because he used to be a mercenary. And because of that, he knows that flame magic causes too much collateral damage around here. So he is going to use lightning magic. Second circle magic, lightning. The guy is impressed. So you're using lightning magic. Against a swordsman, you're smart, kid, however. That's not strong enough. To defeat me, then? He goes to attack our protagonist with everything. He continues using third circle magic, but that isn't working against the swordsman. Man, the ugly guy says that won't work against him. And that's when our protagonist realizes that his sword doesn't conduct electricity. And enraged, he tries to hit our protagonist with everything. But just in time, our protagonist manages to use his shield. However, since the guy is a magic swordsman, he breaks the shield and slashes our protagonist. But now, returning to our gorgeous master, the guy slashed her. At least, that's what he thought. Because he only cut through fire, man. Since the real one was already right in front of him, however, there's one thing making her curious. She asks, Him, if his brother is also a knight? He says yes, but is he as strong as his brother? The only thing incredible about you is that bald head of yours I didn't understand. A thing, the guy gets all confident. As she sends the little devils again, however, she says this time is different. This time, she didn't just send normal little devils. Now they are modified little devils. The more you cut them, the more they multiply. Origin ability. Infernal dwarves. And that's when the light bulb head realizes that she is the master of the flame tower. Man, hey screwed, returning to our protagonist. Lightbulb head number 2 was confused, because he slashed our protagonist. So, why on earth is there no wound? On his body? Could he be using a physical reinforcement ability? Who knows? But it doesn't matter to Lightbulb head. Especially since our protagonist looks like a rat caught in a trap to him. Knights, our protagonist met one in his past life. He massacred a group of innocent mercenaries. And only, for a silly reason like bumping into his shoulder, the only one who barely managed to stop his madness was a mage. And the method that made him win was using a shield. And after the guy attacks and loses his guard, our protagonist prepared a second circle magic wand, and boom. He blew the crazy guy away, man. However, a side effect appeared in our protagonist's body, especially since he lost a lot of blood. Thus, he finally saves the elves. Russell tells them to follow him, but the guy, our protagonist, thought he had defeated, gets back up, furious with him. Man, he tells the elf whose name I forgot to take all the prisoners and get out of there. The blonde guy gets a bit worried, because he wants them to free the humans, but then the white-haired elf, whose name I still haven't remembered, says it's fine. The only problem now is what our protagonist is going to do, man. Because the guy charges, furious. At him, man, this is because this time, the guy isn't going to give him another chance. So, he unleashes a series of attack sequences. At our protagonist, however, this is exactly what our protagonist wanted, because he was buying time. Ala finally, I remember. Her name managed to free all the prisoners. The guy asks, if that's going to change anything? Of course it changes things. Because now, I'm going to destroy you. And obviously, after seeing this, the knight retreats. It seems our protagonist is finally ready to kill. But the knight doesn't give a damn about that, so he charges to crush our protagonist. All over again, but he gets terrified because our protagonist uses his origin ability, Flame Spear. Meanwhile, up there, the leader of the mercenaries was cornered. The number of little devils doesn't stop increasing, man. And with that, they ask what his brother is doing. If he were there, they would definitely be able to defeat her. And just when he was thinking about holding on a bit longer, he takes a quick look down, and out of nowhere, boom. A flame explosion happens, hitting both the captain and the vice captain. Daria gets impressed, because the boy managed to save everyone, and at the same time managed to defeat the captains. And since the leader and the vice captain were defeated, the pirates tried to escape. But our beautiful lady isn't going to let them run away. Yes, man. Sometime after that intense battle, our protagonist finally woke up, and then she tells him not to move around too much, since his mana hasn't recovered yet, and because of that, his healing is still a bit slow. Daria says that he did a great job, especially since he defeated 2 knights all by himself. He gets a little confused. Right. Like, wait, wasn't it just 1? Now it's 2. Well, in the end, it turned into 2. Ilo says she owes a lot to our protector for saving her. She still doesn't know how to repay him, but Alo from the White Ash Tree tribe promises by the honor of her parents, the founders, to repay him someday. I knew it, man. I said she was a princess of some kind, and if he was a knight. He also introduces himself, saying he is Russell Raymond. But there's one thing that leaves our protagonist curious. He asks her what she meant back down there when she said that he had a scent, that he had a spirit. She says that's exactly it, and asks if by any chance he is a master with dragon blood. And incredibly enough, our protagonist says yes. Yes. He has the blood of the green dragon running through his veins. And even if it's like a drop of rain in a lake, even so, that tiny drop can still attract a spirit. And that's why she can sense a faint scent. This spirit coming from him, right? And this clearly makes Daria curious, because a dragon half-blood, could that be why the boy grows so fast? Perhaps this catalyst will shake the kingdom, or maybe the whole world. Sometime later, Daria is talking to Ilo, since she will need to hide. To recover her mana, why doesn't she stay at her mansion? To help the boy with his training? And obviously, she accepts, right? If that will repay the debt she has with our protagonist. Of course she will go, obviously. Our protagonist gets confused, right? Training? She asked why Hay's confused if he doesn't want it, but our protagonist isn't. Losing this opportunity, right, guys? So obviously. He says yes, right? But there is one thing that leaves our protagonist puzzled, because the semester's about to start soon. What is he going to do? But Daria tells him not to worry, because Professor Humbert will take care of all that. Sometime later, already at Daria's mansion, our protagonist was finding it a bit strange, because he definitely knows this place. He had already been there with his parents. When he was younger, he asks Daria if this mansion was originally hers, speaking like that. It sounds like it was stolen or something, you know? But she says, yes, right. This mansion belonged to a merchant association. So she bought it from them a few years ago, and then today, I see this. There's no mistake about it, man, this place. A while ago was the property of his family. After the fall of his family, he heard that this mansion had been sold for a very low price, man, and to think that someday he would step into this mansion again. But anyway, 2 weeks later, Aloe managed to recover all her mana, and that's thanks to our beautiful lady. She has a question for Ilo, asking if she can really help with Russell's training. Aloe says that if she's referring to spirits, she can definitely help him. But where is he, Daria? Says she sent him to do something else. Meanwhile, our protagonist is falling from a mountain. Oh my. For us to understand what's happening, we have to go back a few days prior, when on this very same mountain, our beautiful lady is asking Russell if he learned anything. Fighting against a knight, actually. She is going to ask another question. What does he need? The answer is very simple. Distance. Because in a fight, distance is the most important thing for a mage. She tells him to observe, attentively think, as if you were folding space. Just like that, zoom, in the blink of an eye, she was already on the other side of the mountain. Just like that, she used a technique called blink. She says that from now on, he should try to traverse space. Using blink in the future, this will become a very great weapon for you, boy. And as always, he receives a new mission. From the system, learn spatial distortion magic. Blink, and that's pretty much why our protagonist is falling like crazy from the mountain. There, man. While our protagonist climbs the mountain again to try to use blink, he says that this blink ability is not about whether the circle is larger or smaller. It's a magic that can only be learned after you understand its logic. In other words, as long as he doesn't understand this magic, he will keep falling down the mountain. And a while later, already in the afternoon, when it finally seemed like he could use blink, he got startled by Daria calling him, and he falls down the mountain again. A while later, already at night, she says that, starting today, he will learn about contracting with spirits. And obviously, Alo will help him with this, especially since our old hot lady doesn't know anything about it. So, she tells him to close his eyes slowly and imagine something related to fire, the sunrise, or the light in the middle of the day, or even burning firewood, whatever it is. He just needs to imagine something related. And so he begins to imagine as if his entire body were on fire. And clearly, Alo finds this incredible, because how could such pure mana exist in a human body? She will have to enter his imagination and guide him along the path. As they walk through Russell's memories, she says that most people don't know that the door to the spirit world exists for everyone, no matter if you are a human, an elf, or of any other race. Since they are all entities that exist within nature, the origin of everyone is connected to each other, and it's exactly at this point that a door opens. However, there is something strange and crazily curious, which is this chain in his heart. This is hatred, and obviously, after Alo sees this terrifying scene in the spirit world, Of our protagonist, she is terrified, wondering if it really is hatred, however. When she looks deeper into our protagonist's memories, he begins to emanate a very strong aura. And with that, he passes out. A while later, he wakes up and wonders what happened. He felt as if his mana were suddenly exploding. Then, as soon as Ilo enters, he sees that her arm is bandaged. It was probably when his mana exploded. Right? She got hurt. Poor thing, man. And of course, after seeing her arm bandaged, he feels devastated, apologizing to the girl. A while later, when our protagonist went to get some fresh air, Daria asks Ilo, "What exactly happened?" Ilo says that. It was formidable. The origin of Russell's mind is incredible, however. As soon as they reached a path that leads to the spirit gate, they couldn't pass because there was a giant torrent of emotions. Alo says that yes, it looked like hatred, but it was more like sadness, however. It wasn't an ordinary sadness, it was an immense sadness. It's something that leaves Alo intrigued, because how could he hide this for so long? But anyway, the next day, our old hot lady tells Russell that they are going to start a new training. Starting today, you're going to clean the house. It became a TV show. That's it. And obviously, that left our protagonist curious. What do you mean I became a wage slave? She says that he will help the servants of the mansion for a week, doing a deep house cleaning. Working 6 days a week, son, it was pure grueling labor. Meanwhile, Alo and our gorgeous master go to visit the capital. Finally, our protagonist is left behind, thinking it's a punishment. A punishment? What a crazy guy anyway, whether it was a punishment or not. After work, he goes to practice a bit, however, before our gorgeous master left. She said that he is forbidden from using magic for a week. Sucks to be him anyway. Sometime later, he is looking like, well, I don't. No haze in the zone and left the house sparkling clean. Look at that. Anyway, since he can't use magic, he will have to use his physical body. Meanwhile, he goes all out, son, however. While he was running around cleaning, back and forth, he trips and crashes hidden into a vase that our gorgeous master absolutely loved. Meanwhile, we could see her shadow behind him, right there, pissed off at him, saying that this vase that he just broke is one of the vases that our master absolutely loved. Before Daria left with Alo, she told Russell that he will have to follow the rules of the headmaid. Who is this woman right here who is pissed off at him? And since her name wasn't mentioned, he'll call her the headmaid. That's it, man. She tells Russell that she is aware he can't use magic for a week, so from now on, please clean exactly as I ask you, boy. And after that, she ordered him to do tons of chores, and our boy is practically dying. And a while later, it's time for a break. After all, the guy isn't made of steel, but our boy is already on the verge of losing it, man. See what the grueling 9-to-5 life is like? Yeah, the life of an average working-class person. That's exactly it, right, guys? However, enough work for now. It's time to eat. So, she told him to follow her, but our protagonist talks back, saying he will eat later, however, she says. Follow me, geez, how terrifying. Later, in the workers' cafeteria, an old man gets curious. Who are you, boy? Wow. To say his name is Russell Raymond? That leaves the old man curious, Raymond. And now, the one who got curious was our protagonist. Does he know his family? But out of nowhere, someone says our protagonist is handsome black hair, red eyes. Thank goodness it was the old man who said that, otherwise it would be way too sus, right? Or maybe this maid here was the one who said it. She mentions his hair looks charming, which completely catches our protagonist off guard. Wait, that's not right. And out of nowhere, a crew member arrives, saying that he has a strong body, and adds you can touch his biceps. Total pause on that. But I'm already dealing with an enemy. Total pause, right? And out of nowhere, that guy gives him a big slap on the back, saying he was just kidding. Just hold on for one more week. A while later, our protagonist was complaining, saying that if he could use his mana body, he would finish that up quickly. But that's not the point. You dummy, you're not supposed to use magic at all. Anyway, since they worked hard all day, now it's time to have some damn fun. But while our protagonist was just chilling there, drinking his beer. Bam, that guy slaps him on the back. Again. But he did it for a good reason, right? Man, especially since Hay's a student's son. And Hay's not supposed to be drinking? Are you losing your mind, son? But anyway, the guy says that in this great weather, it would be a sin if they didn't drink. But while they were enjoying the sunny breeze, the headmaid says there's another sin. They are drinking without any snacks. And just like that, everyone toasts happily for the new member of the family. And looking at the boy, the headmaid finally notices that the boy is smiling. But anyway, sometime later, even though he was doing chore after chore, he was smiling, especially because he realized that these people are his companions while he was there, totally at ease. Enjoying the night and looking at the stars, the headmaid arrives and says that he likes that place quite a lot. She asks if there is any reason why he likes that place so much, he says, that whenever he is there, he remembers certain people. She said, I've heard that mages can teleport. Can't you just teleport and meet them? He says that teleportation magic is difficult, and even if he could use it now, they are in a place where he cannot find them. She thought mages didn't have any worries. That's absurd, boy. And since tomorrow is our protagonist's last day of cleaning, she tells him to give his best. Until the end? Yes, I understand. She says that our protagonist knows so much about magic, but she thinks he's a good person, and obviously, our little protagonist gets touched because he has never heard that from the headmaid. But to ruin the vibe, that was their man, she says, that if he can't manage to become a mage, he should come back there, because she would love to turn him into a permanent full-time employee. On the next day, Daria and Ala returned as soon as she arrives. She tells our protagonist to come with her. For a moment, she asks if he went through a lot of hardships. This week, however, he says it was fine, Daria. Says that looking for a medicine to recover Alo's mana was quite difficult, right? It took a long time, especially because it can't be just any medicine, since the mana of elves is something very special. And there was also another thing she needed to see. This estate belonged to your family, didn't it? And clearly, our protagonist gets sad about it, since it really belonged to his family then. She explains to him that Alo said he has a great storm in his heart, and that's why he cannot reach the gateway of spirits. Do you feel wronged, boy? Or are you angry? Or perhaps you are sad? This reminds me of the first time I saw you, boy, to develop your magic. You fought alone, but looking back, now, you were a lonely patriarch who was trying to rebuild your family. Since it's like that, take this estate. Obviously, it's not about getting confused. What do you mean by taking the estate? But it wouldn't be that easy, right? She isn't giving it to him for free. Become a mage of the Flame Tower and protect the country. That way, you can earn a lot of money from it and buy this estate from me. Do you understand, Small Russell? Don't fight alone, boy, because you have us sometime. Later, he went back to doing his spirit training. Then she says that last time. She guided him with her conscious mana, however. Today will be different, boy. Meanwhile, our protagonist is afraid of hurting her just like last time. But Alo, with that cute little face of hers, there, says he doesn't need to worry, because they bought plenty of medicine. Right, so it's totally fine, just like last time. She tells him to close his eyes and imagine an image of a fire. And as always, she appears in his consciousness. To guide him, however, the path is easy. The problem is whether he will be able to pass through this torrent of emotions. He tries to get close, but he is thrown back because, according to Alo, it's dangerous just to look. At this torrent, and out of nowhere, several negative emotions start entering his mind. Academy graduation, tower selection, family rebuilding, parents' revenge. Of course, he falls to the ground, as it's not something he can pass through. So icily, however, he hears a somewhat familiar voice. It's the headmaid talking to Daria, saying that he is a good person. Daria asks if she left him alone at any moment. Obviously, she says no, right, boy? Why would she do that to a boy? And that's when our protagonist begins to remember all the people who are by his side. Professor Humbert, everyone in the house, and there is also Daria, who is like a second mother to him. Indeed, he might not be able to remember that, but he is sure of one thing. He can push through this. So, he heads toward the cliff. They say it's dangerous, but He keeps moving forward along his path. And just as he was about to fall off the cliff, he finally managed to use the skill, called Flash, this way. He managed to cross the torrent of emotions. Then she gets impressed, because he really managed to cross it. He crossed it, right? But what does he do now, Aloe tells? Him to draw close, extend his hand, and channel the light. And just like that, he receives a new quest, Spirit Contract. However, Aloe says that from now on, he doesn't need to do anything else, because the spirits would decide whether they want to follow him or not. Besides, nobody knows what kind of spirit will appear, and there's also the possibility that he won't even be chosen. The only thing he can do is wait until a spirit chooses him. It's really fine if it's too difficult for him to get a spirit, especially since he wouldn't get sad because of that. However, hot embers start passing through his hand, and simply out of nowhere, a red dragon decides to become his spirit. That's when he opens his eyes and sees a little red dragon in his lap. What a cute little creature. Man, damn, in the end, he actually secured a contract with a dragon man. But it seems it's our boy's lucky day, because he managed to reach the fourth circle. Man, hell yeah, our beautiful master says that he managed to overcome a major barrier in his mind, and that's why he managed to reach the fourth circle, man. It flies over all cute and goes onto our protagonist's head. Man, then she says she doesn't think it's a normal spirit. Why don't you give it a name? As soon as he names our little dragon, he will complete the contract. Our protagonist takes a look at him. Hayes so red. Red card? I think I'll name him Bacon. He was going crazy, but he was actually joking, playing a prank on him. So how about Pepe? And by the look on its face, it looks like he liked it, man. So cute. Man, now I want one of these for myself. 2. Man, so cute. Anyway, a month later, the long-awaited day finally arrived. The day the towers choose their students, the guys are all happy. They're asking how many graduates will be chosen. This year, who knows? But while they were talking, each judge from each magic tower arrived. The first to arrive is the judge from the White Tower. The second is the judge from the Yellow Tower, and also the judge from the Spear Tower. And the fiercest of them all, the judge from the Flame Tower faction, Urson. This leaves Professor Humbert confused. Like, what is this guy doing here? And that's when he realizes Hayes there as a judge. In Professor Humbert's mind, maybe he wants to choose Urson. However, we have a small problem. Boy, our protagonist hasn't arrived yet. Speaking of the devil, he is dashing through the city like crazy, using Flashman, and as soon as he arrives there, Urson notices his presence. Instantly, he takes a look at our boy. Wow. He takes a look at him, and from what he sees, Hayes moving fast, right? Looks like this is going to be fun. I'm going to love breaking him anyway, going back a bit. Before our protagonist reached the city, he was telling all three of them there that he is grateful for everything they did for him. Thank you for the loan of the estate master. I will definitely return. But until then, you are the owner of this property, right? I don't have a servant. It was only for a short time, but thank you so much for everything. Then Daria asks if he really doesn't want a carriage. He says yes, because he doesn't want to be late. And it's also faster. He has to run, right? But before he leaves, Daria asks him to deliver a letter to Professor Humbert. Returning to the school, our protagonist delivered the letter to Professor Humbert, and he looks completely stressed after reading it. Right, he says he won't be able to help. Our protagonist says that it's fine, just relax, man. However, he gives a piece of advice to our protagonist. All I can tell you is, don't. Take it easy on Brother Urson. In this selection, you'll have to be the best, Russell. He believes that if it's our protagonist, it's possible. Don't worry, I've got this. Just like that, he receives a new quest. Tower selection, show an overwhelming difference between yourself and the others. Receiving recognition from the selection judges, he needs recognition from 10 of them. Man, Hayes in deep trouble, right? Sometime. Later, it was already time for the first test. This first test is easy for our protector, because it's a written exam, especially since he had already failed it many times in his past life, so he knows everything, right? However, The only thing he needs to worry about is Professor Humbert's letter. After that, Professor Humbert's trips became more frequent, to the point where he couldn't even give his classes. And shortly after that, he died. Our professor says he doesn't know exactly what happened. But in this life, he won't let him die. And the top scorer on the written test was our protagonist. I told you it would be easy, man. Let's go. And a while later, during the second exam, they call our protagonist's name. He walks in all confident. Right, man, let's do this. Then the guys, they say that when the judges ask, he should answer their questions, however. This first part, for our protagonist, is also easy. Right, the problem is what comes next, however. Since he changed the past, he changed the future. To prevent Professor Humbert's death, his only choice is to join the Flame Tower, however. He has a certain obstacle, and that would be Professor Urson. And like our boy said, the first part of the exam is fine. The problem is what comes next, which is that he will have to endure the mana pressure. From the judges, man, things look bad for our protagonist, right? Because in his past life, he always failed at this exact step, however. This time, it's totally different, man. And of course, he manages to endure the mana flow from each of them, but Judge Urson won't let it slide that easily. He increases the pressure a little bit more to see if our protagonist can handle it, right? And obviously, our protagonist feels an insane pressure on his body, man, however. Hayes enduring it somehow, right? Keep going, boy. That blonde guy over there, who is one of the judges, thinks it's incredible because the boy is enduring a pressure that even some professors are struggling to withstand. Man, let's go. Is this boy an actual genius? Just like that, he begins to earn recognition from all the judges. But there is still one missing. Man, obviously. It's Urson, right, man? And to test our protagonist a little bit more, he increases the pressure even further. But before things went south, that blonde guy stops him, right? Otherwise, our protagonist would have collapsed right there, man. And so, the second test ends with our protagonist almost dying. But he passes. Well, right, and when he checks the recognitions he obtained, there was still one missing. Right, obviously. It's Urson's. It's not going to be that easy to get his recognition. Will our protagonist manage it, guys? Gain Urson's recognition? Who knows, right? Sometime later? The judges were impressed with our protagonist. Right, but they already expected it. Right, especially since he is the disciple of the master of the Flame Tower, right, man? Our beautiful lady, right? So, one of the female judges asks Urson if by any chance he is excited, but he gets totally pissed at her, asking what youth she is talking about. And of course, they get scared to death, right? But Urson turns around and leaves, man. Hayes only this pissed off. Because a few years ago, his entire squad was massacred by another group, and in the end, he couldn't save everyone. That's why. He grew to hate the weak. And that's why if they fall, everyone will be crushed. Boy, a few days later during the next test, the supervisor was explaining that this test is like a treasure hunt. The only thing they need to do is find those mana stones that are hidden in the Walking Hill Forest. I think that's how you pronounce it. Thus, the points will be distributed according to the number of stones they get. In other words, it's going to be a fierce hunt because all of them, they're willing to steal mana stones from one another. However, there is one thing making our protagonist curious. Will he be able to earn Urson's recognition? I don't know, man, but we're about to find out now because the test has started a while later. Now that our protagonist is alone in the forest and there's nobody around, he can summon our little dragon Pepe. Hell yeah. But no matter how many times I see this little creature, man, I'm always going to find him cute. He asks our little dragon to try and find those mana stones because according to our protagonist, he says that creatures from another world, spiritual creatures that can sense even the weakest magical energy. In other words, Hayes going to use our little dragon as a map, right? And after that, it went flying and flying through the forest. However, while they were walking there, our protagonist didn't notice a magic circle on the tree. Meanwhile, in a certain place, a guy in a black cloak was asking the fat guy in a very subtle way. Right, man. Where the mage he was dealing with went, however, the guy says he doesn't know. Right? He only traded a few things with them. And that's it. just what was necessary for alchemy. Only that, according to Professor Humbert, and I don't know if you guys notice, but this is Professor Humbert, the mage to whom the fat guy sold the formula, belongs to a ritualistic cult. Boy, meaning Hayes a damn necromancer. However, the guy gets a bit confused. Right, especially since he didn't know about that. But Professor Humbert slams him against the wall and asks if he knows. What happens to people who help necromancers? Actually, occultists. My bad. I keep saying necromancer. Whatever. In other words, this is treason against the kingdom. Hayes going to ask just one more time where the mage went. But the fat guy really seems not to know. The only thing he knows is that this so-called mage went after a woman who has a disciple because he wanted to burn him. Damn, man, can you believe it? And because of that, he went over there to confirm the face of this disciple. The disciple, meaning our protagonist, man, and obviously, after hearing this, the professor dashes off, man. Because if this occultist holds a grudge against the master, she isn't the only one in danger, especially since Russell is her disciple. To tell the truth, it's not just the two of them who are in danger. All the participants of the test, at this exact moment, are in danger. Boy, returning to the test, the kid was a bit annoyed. There because he wasn't able to find a single stone. But while he was walking, there he got startled, man, by a thing moving in front of him. Thus, he uses a wind arrow and launches it right at the creature with everything. And after that thing, he was turning around to run away, right? However, since extras are born too, you're stupid, right, man? No. Wait, that thing he shot the wind arrow at is a monostone monster? Run away, you crazy guy? You're going to die, man, however. When he went to get closer, the thing was no longer there because the thing was already right behind him. Boy, see, man, I told you. To leave, bro. Hayes dead. Returning to our protagonist. He finally arrived at the location where all the mana stones are, but he gets a bit curious, like there's something wrong. Because that thing over there isn't a golem core. What is a broken golem core doing there, however? When our protagonist was analyzing the golem core, earth magic comes flying right at him, but he manages to dodge it. But it didn't end there, because right when he dodged the earth magic, light magic was already heading in his direction. But that's nothing for our protagonist, right, guys? You're already well aware that the boy trained with our master, right, that gorgeous master. However, as soon as he dodges the light magic, a water arrow flies toward him. But our little dragon Peppy notices it and shoots fire at the arrow. And of course, our protagonist wasn't going to just stand there watching, right? So he uses his magic. Fire arrow encounters the light magic. And boom. As soon as the dust begins to settle, the people who attacked our protagonist begin to reveal themselves. And of course, it's them. All the students who are at the top of the rank, recognized by the magic tower, and our protagonist mocks the way. They approached him like even. Despite all that, they still resort to cowardly tactics like this. But one of the guys gets pissed off at our protagonist, telling him to shut his mouth after all people. How exactly did our protagonist find the magic stones? First, because the location of the magic stones was definitely shared only with them. So how on earth did he manage to get here first? Man, the only way would be with a magical creature, man. The blue-haired girl, whose name I still don't know, is quite curious. He has an elemental spirit. It must be a salamander. He must be able to find the magic stones. Before them, and the redhead. He gets a bit curious too, Anton Frederick. He never imagined that our protagonist was hiding this level of ability, however. Our protagonist had a mocking look on his face, asking what's wrong with him finding the mana stones first. From the way you talk, it should be impossible to find these stones. And judging by the look on that ugly guy's face, over there, our protagonist already understood, son. There was probably an agreement between you and the professors, wasn't there? And of course, the ugly guy wasn't going to look pleased in front of our protagonists, because that was exactly what happened, right? However, our protagonist says he doesn't plan to get involved in that. In other words, don't get in my way, man. And of course, after hearing that, the ugly guy charges at our protagonist with everything, son. Like I said, don't get in my way. or you will regret it. And of course, after seeing our protagonist using Blink, they all get completely dumbfounded. Especially since it's a fourth circle technique, however. While our protagonist was standing there casually, giving a lesson to these sons of bitches, Pepe senses something. And of course, our protagonist also goes on high alert. Right, son? Our protagonist asks one of them. They're how the professors are helping them. Our protagonist asks them if they said anything about a golem core, but Frederick says no. It's something they also found strange, but they have no time for that, son, because something is coming and out of nowhere. They begin to hear a strange noise all over the forest, and when they look, it's the undead son. And clearly this left them curious. How on earth are there undead in a training ground? And that ugly green-haired guy gets terrified, thinking he has to run away and dying of fear. He loses control and tries to flee, however. They were already surrounded. But before they could completely fall into despair, our protagonist casts an ability called Firewall. The green-haired guy is impressed by this fourth circle ability man. However, they don't have time for him to keep admiring our protagonist. If they stay there like that, they are going to die, boy, in being a leader. Our protagonist tells them to focus in just one direction and deal with those undead that pass through the wall of fire. Are we understood, however? They just stare at our protagonist, answer me. And after putting those pieces of trash in their place, they say yes, just like that. They all get into formation and start destroying all the undead that pass through the wall of fire. However, this wall of fire is only a temporary measure. They have to find the sorcerer behind this. Otherwise, they're going to perish for good. Then, when one necromancer speaks to the other, Necromancer, there are two of them. I thought it was just one man when they tell the other that the child from the flame tower is there. The other one wonders how long he will last with this wall of fire. That's what we're going to find out very soon, right, undead? Unholy beings summoned by occultists who obviously seek forbidden magic. In the past, there was a time when the master subjugated the occultists. Our protagonist wonders if they are remnants of that era, meaning what could be their goal? That's when our protagonist realizes that they are there because of him. And this magic that the necromancers use is actually not quite magic. It's more like a type of curse. But unfortunately for our protagonist and the others, due to the nature of this magic, it consumes very little mana. In other words, if they keep going like this, they will run out of mana. And clearly, if they run out of mana, they will be at a disadvantage, boy. However, this is something our protagonist cannot let happen, so he tells all of them to use their mana efficiently and reduce the output, aiming at vital points. While they were fighting against the undead, someone tells them to hold on, because the judges will be there soon, however. The girl says that's impossible, especially since the judges didn't see, so you ask her if it's not possible that they notice this evil energy. But she says no, they probably used a spell, similar to a barrier, to erase the presence of mana. That's when our protagonist remembers. He saw something similar to this, and that green-haired girl, she is almost getting on our nerves, right, man? Asking, do you have to deal with all those guys, bro? Because, like, the most arrogant one is that big guy, right? Yes, that blue-eyed girl. She starts doing what our protagonist said. She reduces the size and makes the edges sharper and awesome. She hits 2 skeleton heads square in. Skeleton heads, my bad, and the redhead starts doing the same thing, but the only one who isn't doing anything is that green-haired loser, the necromancer goes. This is incredible. Because they realize they need to reduce their mana. But the other ugly necromancer, there, who is missing a tooth, there's a tooth missing right here. Look says that even if he is a child, he is still the disciple of that cursed woman. But what if a situation arises where they cannot afford the luxury of saving mana? While they were fighting just fine against the undead, they noticed something right in front of them. A troll appeared, and without thinking twice, they all blast their magic at the troll. However, nothing happened to the troll. So the troll charges at the enemy with everything. But today no one is going to die. Origin magic. Flame Spear comes forth at maximum power, and boom. He blows up the troll with just one attack, man. And clearly, this leaves the necromancers curious. How did he destroy a troll? With just one attack? And not just them, right? The blue-haired girl also became a bit curious. At this exact moment, this magic's destructive power rivals the power of the fifth circle. And from that, is he really an academy student? Without end? Yeah, I confirm that. But while everyone was distracted, our protector was the only one on high alert. Because in the sky, Peppy was circling around. That means he found the necromancers. So, our protagonist gets ready, uses Mage's body and fire spear, and launches it at the necromancers with everything, man. By the time the necromancers thought about dodging, it was already too late. Because the spear was already right on top of them. And boom, everything exploded, man. That woman created a monster and died, while the other one managed to save himself, and clearly he used his friend as a shield. With a friend like that who needs enemies, right? The necromancer says, he never thought he would end up using this against our protagonist. And when our protagonist looks over, he sees that the guy is holding a bunch of hostages, man. Now things look bad, right? But meanwhile, returning to the judges, Professor Humbert finally arrived. He arrives shouting over there that all the others have mobilized, and they are going after Russell. In other words, all the candidates in this exam are in danger. This makes Russell furious, man. How dare they make a move? Right in front of my nose. I will kill them, returning to the necromancer. He was telling our protagonist that if he tries anything, everyone will die. And of course, our protagonist is thinking about how he neutralized the other candidates, probably to prevent them from putting up a fight. And even if our protagonist manages to attack him using flash, if he can't stop his movement, clearly everyone will die. Thus, he automatically tells him not to resist and to surrender. And after hearing that, our protagonist is certain that, as expected, he was the target. Thus, our protagonist begins to walk toward the necromancer. The necromancer finds it impressive, risking his life to save his friends. Friends, when you are weak, you are weak. When you are strong ignorance. Despair and envy, these guys are just envious anyway. You wouldn't understand all this. Because this is the duty of a guardian, to protect those in need. And after hearing that, the guy burst out laughing. Man, the guy completely lost his mind. Then the necromancer says, in a world of survival, of the fittest, you talk about duty and justice? That is just a facade of the weak. Boy, however, our protector is still cool as always, right? And that's coming from someone who hides behind his soldiers. And of course, after hearing that, it's no surprise. He gets extremely pissed at our protagonist. So, Hayes going to use the bone to restrain our protagonist because he will finish off the boy himself. But that is exactly what our protagonist wanted. Even though he can't cast magic, there is still a magic that can be summoned without being cast after he completed a quest. He had won an extra reward. He won a ring, which is a magical artifact. The cloud ring, really. It has the shape of a ring, but it transforms into a thundercloud. In times of need, skills and powers are unlocked, along with the user's growth. In other words, the necromancer is completely screwed, man. Just when he thought he had one. Against our protagonist, that's when he realized that he was completely screwed, man. Destroy them, crushing lightning, casting. A barrage of lightning, and boom, it hits the necromancer dead center, thereby unleashing our magic. And as soon as our protagonist defeats the necromancer, that blue-haired girl saves our protagonist and says that he should call the judges, however. Our protagonist says that the judges will arrive soon. And of course, she gets a bit curious. Like, how will they know about the situation? But since we are steps ahead of them, right, guys? As always, right, he says that his friend will help them. Look, this is Pepe. He will create a path for the judges to get here, however. There is always a catch, because the necromancer, everyone thought, was gone for good, fell to the ground, and begins to recite a dark magic. I offer my life even. Upon my death, I summon a giant skeleton. Now they are faced with this, because this skeleton possesses the immense power of the fifth circle. And of course, After seeing this, the blue-haired girl tells everyone to head into the forest. And as always, that guy with the green hair is the first to run. Right, man? Hayes, a total piece of trash. But before he takes off, he can't leave the mana sword. Behind the blue-haired girl was leaving, and she asked what our protagonist is doing. Aren't you going to run away too? However, our protagonist says, I chose not to go after them, but after it. And that's why he is the only one who can buy time until the judges arrive. And as always, she gets curious. Since Hayes probably low on mana, what are you planning to do? Just like that, the skeleton charges right at him with everything. Son, but that's nothing for our protagonist. He has to dodge and leap away, especially since his shield isn't at a high enough level to block the attack of the skeleton. He can't do that because it would be too dangerous, however. There is always an option, and bam. He throws the spear right at the skeleton with everything, son. However, even though the spear hit the skeleton, he only managed to make a small scratch on its stomach. And to our protagonist's misfortune, the big beast begins to regenerate. Boy. While he least expected it, a tail shot out from the ground, almost piercing his face, however. He managed to dodge. He really managed to dodge the first attack, however. The second attack is coming right at him with everything, son. And given the way he fell there, it's impossible for him to dodge this attack. But luckily for our protagonist, that blue-haired girl arrives just in time and manages to save his life. She isn't leaving because she can't just leave our protagonist there alone. She asks him if he forgot. You said it yourself, the mission of the Guardians is to protect people. Just like that, everyone starts coming back, even the green-haired guy goes back, right, bro? While everyone was fighting against the giant skeleton, that other necromancer wakes up. Wait, bro. The guy didn't go down for good? Man, I thought the guy had died. What a drag, man. And of course, after seeing the skeleton, he gets excited, right, son? In the end, he apologizes to our protagonist because he couldn't arrive sooner. According to our protagonist, it wasn't part of his plan for them to join up. However, he'd want to ask them to leave. If they want to fight by his side, however, if they really want to live and defeat this thing, they need to pay close attention. Russell will create a rift in the skeleton's body, and during that time, all of them must focus their strength into that rift. Just like that. He hurls his spear right at the skeleton with everything, son. As soon as the explosion happens, everyone is going to unleash their power. At the skeleton as well, however, as expected, right, guys? It barely caused any damage to the skeleton, and it begins to regenerate, but our protagonist cannot give up here, son. If he gives up here, everyone will die. He can't give up. He has to keep trying, because all of them took risks to come face this danger, whether they like it or not. This is the risk of becoming a guardian for his sake. And for everyone there, he needs to protect them. Flame spear. Maximum output. So, he takes the spear and throws it right at the big guy with everything, son. And at that very moment, Urson arrives just in time and wonders what these weaklings are doing. The Red Faction. Urson believed that being weak was a flaw. If one falls, all the others fall too. But on that very day, Urson noticed something. He realized that strength can also come from weakness, and that when someone stands up, everyone else stands up too, however. This spear attack cannot be sustained at its maximum level for long. It was enough to successfully defeat the necromancer. However, the necromancer was thinking about regenerating. Urson arrives right on time, and with just one attack, boom. He destroys the necromancer and half the forest. Man. And before our protagonist faints, he says that Urson should have arrived a little bit faster. And just like that, he faints, and Urson just gives a little smile, and the status window pops up right away, man. You have received the recognition of the 10 judges, just like that. He completes the mission a while. Later, our protagonist is waking up right away. The first thing he asks, Professor Urson, is if the others are okay. The professor says that thanks to him, all of them are safe. And according to Professor Humbert, all the students were saying that if it hadn't been for our protagonist, all of them would have died, of course. They're just a bunch of weaklings, however. Professor Humbert asked if he isn't curious about the results of the tests. In fact, there were many concerns. From the moment the occultists attacked the test, the task and things of that nature lost their meaning. And in this moment of hardship, cooperation is more important than competition. If that's truly the case, that green-haired guy got completely screwed, right? And with that in mind, all the judges of the selection came to a conclusion. For this selection test, the person who should receive the maximum score is our protagonist, and obviously, since he did everything well, and of course, after the notice, he gives his heartfelt thanks to Professor Humbert, because finally, he can graduate from the academy. Interestingly, one thing left our protagonist curious. He asks what happened to the occultists. The necromancer's right. According to Professor Humbert, they have started an investigation to find out the reason behind all of this. Pretty soon, they will find the root of all this. Boy, if my master Daria only likes what I achieved. But however, before Professor Humbert could continue explaining, our boy says that there wasn't just one. There were two members of the cult. And of course, Professor Humbert gets a bit confused, right? I will make you pay for this humiliation. Child of the Flame Tower. But while our protagonist and Professor Humbert were talking, Russell arrives right on time. Professor Humbert says that Russell hasn't recovered yet now. Our protagonist says Hay's fine, right? And she leaves man a while later. Outside, Urson says that it must have been very frustrating to fight against those necromancers, especially since he had those weaklings. By his side, he just tells our protagonist that he considers being weak a flaw, and he isn't going to change his mind about that. Our boy says he agrees with him. However, the weak exist so that the strong can become stronger, thus managing to protect the weaker ones. And because the weak are protected by the strong, they somehow also try to get stronger. Therefore, in the end, no one falls and we all take a step forward. Together, Urson gives a little smile and says that it's not a bad answer. He throws a cloak to our protagonist and says that cloak is the cloak of the Flame Tower. However, don't get ahead of yourself, boy. If you want to enter the Flame Tower, there is still a surprise test. Our protagonist is going to get a bit confused, right? Especially since the selection test has already passed. The only thing our protagonist needs to do is try to move Urson out of that circle. And obviously, he can use any type of magic, right, man? If our boy manages to push him out of that circle, even if it's just a little bit. He wins, however. If he fails, our protagonist will have a price to pay. So, think carefully, boy, so you don't regret all of this. But without Urson noticing, our protagonist picks up a small stone and charges right in, man. You want to take your words back, right? You said it yourself. I can use any type of magic. Right. Meanwhile, on the inside, Professor Humbert feels an insane pressure and wonders what on earth is happening out there. In returning to the battle between our protagonist and Urson, by the looks of it, our protagonist managed to make Urson step outside the circle. And of course, Urson is impressed, because our protagonist was using magic armor, equivalent to the fifth circle. And even so, he managed to push Urson out of the circle, man. Our boy is insane, man. Look at that. But to put an end to the fun, the professor arrives, looking really annoyed, man, asking what he thinks Hay's doing. Especially since our boy hasn't fully recovered yet, however. Urson says that with this whole tradition, there's nothing he can do, right? Stop acting like an old man, you old geezer. And of course, after hearing that, Urson gets really annoyed with him, right, man? And then, after arguing with Urson, he tells our protagonist that he is sorry and apologizes for Urson's behavior. Now, our protagonist is fine with it, and he tells him to relax. However, there is one thing making Urson curious, because out of all the rookies who took this test that he created, our protagonist is the first one to manage to invoke an artifact through origin magic, and also summon a spirit man. And of course, after hearing that, the professor is going to be a bit curious, right? He managed to summon a spirit? Oh look, our boy summons Pepe. For them to see, right? As soon as they see him, they're bound To find him cute, man? There's no way around it. You have to find him cute, man. Anyway, look at his cute little face. Moving on. A few days later, our protagonist is giving his graduation speech. A while later, Professor Humbert said that his speech was incredible, worthy of a senior, and of course, our protagonist calls him Professor and thanks him, right? However, Professor Humbert says that he is no longer a student, so he can call him Senior Brother, okay? Senior Brother then? So, Professor Humbert asks if he has a place to stay in the capital. Russell says that he is thinking about getting a small room on the outskirts of the royal capital. Taking advantage of the moment, Professor Humbert asks if he wouldn't want to stay at his mansion, especially since he can't go home until his contract with the academy ends. And clearly our protagonist isn't going to refuse, right? However, he asks if that won't cause any trouble for him. But Professor Humbert said it's totally fine. So, it's all good, right, man? All right, a while later, our protagonist is packing his bags to finally head to the capital. However, while he was packing, the window already pops up, right? Congratulating him for graduating from the academy, and as always, he received a Mana Stone. Right. However, this time it's a high-level one, right, man? And also, the same map. From last time, Mission 1, go to the location marked on the map and resolve the following quest. According to our protagonist, there's no way he could forget that place. A forbidden island, where humans have no business going, Kolio Island. An island that is full of monsters and magical beasts. I didn't quite get that ending. I didn't understand. A thing? It's an extremely dangerous island, where you need to have at least the 6th magic circle to be able to venture onto that island. And of course, Russell is a bit curious, because out of nowhere, an opportunity like this appeared. What on earth does it want from our protagonist? And he refers to that horn, right? The one that enters his body. Over there, right? Could it be that it wants our protagonist to simply become stronger? Who knows? Some 11 days later, Urson was asking our protagonist if this is his first time in the capital, but of course, our protagonist says no, right? He has been there before at that Urson. Realizes he asked a stupid question. Since Hay's human, right? Of course he has been, so. Our protagonist says he has a question for Urson. It's about Professor Humbert's mission. He asks if it has anything to do with the occultists. Urson gives a slight smile and says that the boy is quite sharp. He confirms that yes, Professor Humbert's mission is to track down the remnants of the cult. However, the gentleman wonders if it's correct to call them remnants. And out of nowhere, our protagonist says he wants to help with this mission of Professor Humbert's. Urson gets a bit curious, like, you want to track down the cult, however. When he looks at our protagonist, he realizes that he isn't joking, especially because his eyes look extremely determined. So that's it, boy. If you are a man, you need to dream big. He says he will tell the master about this. And of course, we cannot fail to thank him. However, he is only going to tell the master. Wow. I just want to learn the magic that he teaches before he arrives at the royal capital. The name of this magic is Overheat, a magic that can kill with a single blow. Urson explains that this magic spell, Overheat, concentrates its magical power into just a single point to finish off the enemy. In just one strike, it's basically as if you were pulling back a slingshot. You need to gather your magic with strength and then release it. Urson asks if he can manage to do that. And so, our protagonist began his journey to try to perform Overheat. Thus, he tried and tried for several days. And in the end, boom. He managed to use Overheat, and it blasted open a crater sun. Urson finds this impressive, because adding Overheat to his own origin magic, he has never seen anyone with as much talent as our protagonist, however. The price to use this magic, it's quite severe, right, son? Because it consumes a lot of concentration, which increases the magic even more. And because of that, our protagonist has to be careful of an enemy counterattack right after using it. And according to our protagonist, in that case, it would be very risky to use it against a strong opponent. But Urson says not necessarily, because according to the gentleman, the best defense is a strong offense. However, just as you yourself said one day, an opponent much stronger then you may also appear. Nevertheless, the strongest tend to subjugate the weakest. And it's at that exact moment that your trump card will determine the outcome a while later. Our protagonist was thanking the Tower Master, because through her, he managed to get here she just welcomes him, right? And for some reason, coincidentally, it seems the time of our protagonist's visit coincided with the master of the Spear Tower. This long-haired guy with glasses here is Alan Page. I don't know, man. A mage from the Spear Tower and the old man? There, who is obviously the master of the Spear Tower. Is Melville? I didn't understand a thing. The old man gets a bit curious, wondering why it was marked in his schedule that he would come there. That's when the old man realizes that our gorgeous master just wants to brag about her new disciple. She says, "Of course, man. Obviously that's what it is, right, man? Because according to our gorgeous master, our protagonist is a hero who defeated the occultists at such a young age. And to be honest, she wonders why he is looking so annoyed about her bragging about her disciple. While the Alzheimer's argue, there our protagonist gets a bit pensive. Alan Page, a few years ago, he received the title of the youngest mage of the Sixth Circle. In other words, he's a genius among geniuses. And he was also a person who helped him in his past life. Who would have thought he would meet him like this? Again, well, the old man starts to brag. There too, saying that objectively, Alan's skills are undoubtedly superior. And you already know what's coming next, right? Here she goes again, our gorgeous master starts arguing with the old man, saying that it seems he forgot that our rookie is even younger than his. However, the old man says that's something he took into account, before saying that, out of nowhere, an insane buildup of mana begins to emanate in that room. But before things go wrong, Alan stops the old man, right? And to calm the old man down, he says that they need to visit the royal palace today. And after hearing that, he will calm down more, right? So he goes up to our protagonist and says that this is their first meeting, so he apologizes for any rudeness his master may have caused. Our protagonist says it's fine, right? Relax. Boy, however, I am a bit disappointed. I really wanted to show my skills to you, sir. And after hearing that, the old man bursts into laughter. He acts quite bold indeed. Where does all this confidence come from, boy? Just like that, the old man uses a skill similar to ocean waves. Our protagonist gets a bit curious, right? So, this is the magical power of the master of the Spear Tower. I'm a bit curious. Man, the guy is the master of the Spear Tower, but he doesn't use a spear. Go figure, right? He finds it interesting, as if he were at the bottom of the sea. The old man finds it incredible, because even at his age, there are still many things that surprise him, so he calls the attention of our gorgeous old lady, asking, why don't we make a bet? This old lady finds this interesting. A bet? Why not? The old man says, 5 years. In 5 years, if Russell completely catches up to Alan, I will hand over one of those sacred relics. Divine relics. It's a fact that they exist from the forgotten era of myths. Even the rigid ones, which are the weakest, have a magical power boost. Equivalent to the seventh circle, however, our gorgeous old lady, bold as she is, says, in 3 years, if Russell catches up to Alan in 3 years, she will be the one to hand over a divine relic to the old man. And of course, after hearing that, the old man loses his mind. He tells our gorgeous old lady that Shed better not change her mind. After losing, the one losing will be you, you old man. The old man turns around and leaves, right? But before he goes, he says that this is enough. For a warm greeting, he always leaves, right on the stairs. Alan gets a bit curious and asked if she really bet a divine relic. Just like that, of course not, right, man? Therefore, do your best. Strive hard. To achieve your best, Alan just confirms and says he will fulfill his role as a senior. Meanwhile, Urson is scolding our protagonist, asking if he doesn't know how to keep quiet. On his very first day, our protagonist apologizes to him, right? Sometime later, Daria says that Urson told her that he wants to help the professor track down the occultists. Our protagonist just confirms right, according to our gorgeous old lady. The moment that the reconnaissance report arrived, they found the trace of the fugitive, who attacked the academy. The location of this place is the neutral city called Sudra. They say he fled alone, without any companions. According to our protagonist, this city called Sudra is a paradise for criminals. By the looks of it, they chose a good place to hide. And since our protagonist faced the fugitive before, it would be easier for our protagonist to track him down than for other people. However, child, that man must have prepared a trap. Even so, are you willing to take this risk? Our protagonist, for a moment, hesitated and stayed silent, however. He says that he will fulfill his duty as a guardian of the tower, and after hearing that, our old lady just tells him to set off tomorrow, and clearly, our protagonist was happy because this is the first step for him to prevent the death of Professor Humbert. A few days later, already on the journey to the city of Sudra, our protagonist is traveling. He is quite impressed by the quality of the potions. Inside our protagonist's head, he is feeling a bit curious. After all, she actually allowed him to undertake the mission. However, clearly, she must be worried since the boy is a novice. But while our protagonist was standing there reflecting, a certain place caught his attention. That is the place where he obtained his powers and traveled back in time. Right, he felt a bit curious, because the catalyst for his regression was precisely at that place where he is standing now. And all this time, he has been wondering why this miracle happened to him. And that's when he came to the conclusion that in order to grow and protect people, he needs to get stronger. And just like that, the system window pops up, right? Protect the Dragon King's heart. Currently stored in the royal capital. The reward is still a mystery, however, out of nowhere. He received a second quest, Draconic Awakening. Conquer the dragon's power with your own willpower, and the reward, as always, is an intermediated grade mana stone. However, he is a bit curious about the first quest. Right, protect the Dragon King's heart. It probably means he will have to perform a great service, worthy of receiving a reward from the royal family. However, for our protagonist, that seems like an impossible thing. Impossible, right? But then again, it's not entirely impossible, right? But what is leaving him? Most curious is what this draconic power actually is. Then the system begins to provide an explanation regarding Draconic Awakening. Just like that, an insane amount of mana begins to emanate from our protagonist's body. And he is a bit curious, because he already experienced this before during the last battle. Against the giant skeleton, his magic power temporarily amplified. And when he looks at his reflection in the mirror, that's how he looks. When he activates this power back in his room, it's a bit curious, right? Always curious. According to him, this power manifested during the trial of fire. Actually, it was way before that, but alright, if he can manage to control that power. According to his own will, this overheating channel upon Draconic Awakening, he could create an incredible power, or perhaps a ultimate move, that rivals Six Circle magic. However, there is no known way for him to achieve this, right? Especially since it's a power that emerges only when he is in danger. Because of the quest, he won't be able to train it, right? However, it seems our little dragon had an idea, man. Look at that, so he starts pulling our protagonist's clothes, trying to say something, right? However, our protagonist isn't paying any attention to him. Look at that. The little dragon just stares at him. Then, getting pissed off at our protagonist, he breathes fire right into his face. Serves you right. What do you think you're doing, you crazy creature? That's when our protagonist realizes, right, that maybe he can help him in some way. I don't know how either. But anyway, with that cute little face of his, it shows that after our protagonist sits down, he climbs onto our protagonist's head. And as soon as our protagonist closes his eyes, he begins to enter a mental space. In other words, the spiritual realm, where he encountered Pepe for the first time. Anyway, according to our protagonist, this place is ideal for magic training, however. What is he going to fight against there, man? And when our protagonist looks back, Pepe is huge, man. Wow, man, and Hei's cute. As always, right? Our protagonist says, Hei's grateful for his help, but there are no monsters for him to fight. There, how is he going to fight, but completely out of nowhere? Several monsters begin to appear right in front of them. Looks like he worried for nothing, however. The scene cuts to a bar where the guys were talking, telling the captain that the occultists have made a move. And the other guy asks if he should go after them. Then this guy here, who seems to be the captain, tells everyone to get ready, because they are going to leave. Look, he asks Jackson, who is this guy with the stylish mustache? To reinforce the flame tower, because the situation there has changed. The guy with the stylish mustache just confirms it, boy, and tells them to be careful, but the captain tells him not to worry because the disciple personally raised by Daria is coming to support us. Of course, our protagonists, and just like that, they set off 3 days later. A guy was saying that the flame tower should go to Sudra as quickly as possible. An urgent report. The scout team from the flame tower has disappeared. Boy, meanwhile, in the city of Sudra, our protagonist is walking around casually there, and one of the guys there is a bit curious. Like, what is a kid doing in Sudra? According to our protagonist, without teleportation, it would take him a long time to reach Sudra. A week to be exact. Boy, however, because of the mana training in the spiritual world, with Peppy, where time doesn't flow. For our protagonist, it felt like months, man. But in the end, he achieved a draconification. However, there is a certain problem he needs to solve. The first problem is the short duration of draconification. Currently, fighting against the undead. In Peppy's mental space, he can only last 15 seconds. With draconification, the second problem is the recoil effect that he feels after using this skill, and just like overheat, he would be left defenseless after using draconification. But while our protagonist was just chilling there, around the city a bald guy stops him, asking if he was lost, and saying that if he asked politely, the bald guy would show him the way. Oh, all right then, take this from me. Sometime later, the bald guy is all beaten up, saying that this place where he is now is called Yellow Raven. And after he apologizes to our protagonist tells him to get lost. Going inside, the man with the stylish mustache asks what he wants, and our protagonist says a 37-year-old head dread mixed with a 12-year-old drink. The other guy next to him says that Hayes crazy man, a drink like that mixed with alcohol water. Over 70%, you're just looking to die, crazy guy. But our protagonist says that, indeed, drinking that amount of alcohol could really kill him, however. This is a secret code of the Flame Tower. The guy with the mustache is impressed, because who would have thought a young man like our protagonist is a member of the Flame Tower? Then our protagonist creates a sound barrier around himself and Jackson. It's Jackson, the mustachioed guy's name. I think so, man. In other words, no one can hear their conversation. Jackson says he was dispatched there as the person in charge of the secret office of Yellow Raven. Our protagonist also introduces himself as Russell Raymond from the Flame Tower. And blah, 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 blah. That's that. So, they go to the back room to have a better conversation. Right, man, then? Jackson was telling our protagonist that the scout team disappeared 3 days ago. According to their last report, the scout team was pursuing the occultists through the ruins of the desert. Then, our protagonist asked if they fell into some kind of trap, but Jackson says they are not stupid enough to fall into a trap of that kind, so you ask if he has a map showing the way to the ruins. Jackson gets a bit confused. A map to the ruins. That is not a place where you can go alone. Boy, the ruins where the team vanished are dangerous because they are close to the borders of the Empire. And of course, our protagonist gets annoyed with him. Man, this guy doesn't trust me. Since it's like that, let's show him, and obviously, he will prove his worth. That after seeing our protagonist in his magical state, it completely shut Jackson's mouth. He heard that our protagonist was in the 4th circle, but looking at him now, he is very close to the 5th circle, and our boy isn't even making an effort to show it, since he can see the power of our Protagonist, he says he will show him the map. Meanwhile, that necromancer who fled was telling someone that indeed. He went all the way there, leaving trails behind. A mysterious man and a mysterious woman say he did very well, and they can already smell the scent of their pursuers. Will our protagonist manage to defeat these two? That's what we are going to find out now, a while. Later, our protagonist is drinking that water. Keeping hydrated, right, son? Especially since the guy is in the desert. Son, and then. They keep messaging me. Our protagonist is impressed, because that place is much larger than he thinks. So our group starts to go around the place to see where he is going to enter, especially since there are so many entrances. However, we have a problem. Man, if it were a mission to simply find the occultists, you would just blow all this crap up and force them to come out. However, he can't do that, because there's a big chance the reconnaissance team has been captured. Truly, there's no other way, right, guys? I would definitely choose our protagonist to enter the place. And of course, our protagonist knows that they probably place traps everywhere. In this case, let's go from above, man. And as soon as Russell goes inside, he is impressed because there is a giant mural of a dragon and a black-haired warrior. And he gets a bit curious, wondering what they are fighting against. However, that part isn't there, but while our protagonist was distracted there, someone says that he finally appeared. So the person who was pursuing me was you, boy. Thank you so much for coming. You saved me the trouble of having to look for you. As a gesture of gratitude, I shall grant you death and mocking as always, Russell tells him that for a fugitive, he is being way too arrogant. The necromancer who fled sent the undead charging at our protagonist with everything. According to the necromancer, these corpses are elite soldiers who died during the war. They're incomparably stronger compared to the last attack at the academy. This is where your grave will be. Boy. Yeah, right. And to protect himself, as always, he uses that familiar ability from last time, Firewall. However, this time something is different, because during the time he spent in Pepe's mental space, he trained other things besides sensification. In other words, his magic is much stronger than before. He's going to expand the durable firewall magic and add the vector formula to it, thus creating a new magic called Flame Waves. And boom, he destroys the necromancer's entire army. The necromancer gets totally confused, like, how did he get so strong all of a sudden? Found you, our boy is completely insane. And after hearing this, the necromancer got even more confused. How did this boy learn flame detection magic? Man, I'm telling you, this guy has hacks all over the place. And the weakling, just like he always does, keeps hiding behind the undead. He thinks about running away, but it's already too late. Son, our protagonist, charges at him with everything, man. And boom, it seems the necromancer reached his limit. Damn, man, I thought the necromancer was stronger, but Hay's a piece of trash. Our protagonist aims at him and tells him to surrender. However, the necromancer says that's impossible because he sold his soul. And even if that wasn't enough, in a way, he also sold his soul for his family. In other words, he sacrificed everything. And after he says that, two assassins appear behind our protagonist's back, and boom. And clearly, they think they've finished our protagonist off. They think Hay's done for. The magic commander tells the necromancer that even though he tried to act as bait, he is simply pathetic. The redhead girl says he looks like a dead rat. That suits him perfectly. Damn, she went hard, man, then. The necromancer says that this boy, he is the disciple of the Flame Tower Master, which means he is our target. And after hearing that, they get furious. Man, are you referring to Daria's little brat? And after hearing him insult our beautiful master, our protagonist gets furious here too. And everyone is pissed off. Don't take my master's name in your filthy mouth like that. Thus, he receives a new quest. Fight the occultists. Capture at least one of the 3 occultists alive, or eliminate them all. And after hearing that, the redhead girl gets excited, right? The purple-haired man tells this small guy here, who must be a necromancer, right, to block the entrance. The redhead girl says it has been a while, since she last got this excited. However, there's one thing making our protagonists curious, because they are not acting in the shadows with assassination techniques, but instead coming right at them from the front. Truly, they are different from the enemies our protagonist has faced so far, man. Our protagonist asks them, "What happened to the scouting party that came here?" Now we're getting a bit curious. 2, right? The scouting party? But the redhead girl is completely crazy and tells our protagonist to stop buying time. Thus, she used a skill called Stinger. Of the demon cannon, man charging forward with everything. However, that means nothing to our protagonist, right guys? He manages to dodge it easily. But as soon as he dodges, there's already a whip coming right at him. However, he manages to dodge that easily too. Yet, there's one thing making our protagonist curious. Do they really not know about the scouting party? Or are they just pretending? Well, either way, there's only one way to find out, and that's by beating them up. The redhead girl gets furious with our protagonist, telling him to stop running away, launching a slash right at him with everything. However, this time, our protagonist had activated Flame Spear, slashing right through her attack with everything. The necromancer says that this spear was the one responsible for destroying the giant skeletons. Boy, after hearing that, the redhead girl gets even more excited. Thus, she activated her new skill, Two-Handed Demon Clan Guard. What an ugly name. And after that, she fuses her two hands like this, creating a new skill, Spear of the Demon Clan's Claw. She totally copied our protagonist, didn't she? She makes a bet with our protagonist to see which spear is the sharpest. The purple-haired man tries to tells her not to go alone, but it's too late, girl. She goes to attack him with everything then. She says this is ridiculous. Are you afraid of a little boy? You're going to get wrecked real hard. Our protagonist prepares himself, and boom, destroys her spear. With just one attack, man. Of course, she started catching fire, right? And out of nowhere, bam, her head was torn off by her own ally, the purple-haired man. Says he warned her not to go alone. He tells our protagonist that even though he is his enemy, he recognizes the boy's strength. So, since that's how it is, from now on, I will also fight seriously. Thus, he activates the skill Nightmare Tail. According to the purple-haired man, no matter how good our protagonist is, he can't block all the attacks coming at him. However, as soon as he blinks, our protagonist uses Flash and appears right next to him, hitting him right in the gut, right, and using super heat. And the body of the mage. Wait, what? He hit. It was just a substitute. And a while later, they already realize what happened, right, guys? Our protagonist is beating up the masked guy, man, to find information, right? Meanwhile, the necromancer is over there complaining that Hay's going to die and this and that, and blah, 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 blah. However, while he was whining, there he spotted an interesting artifact. Meanwhile, the purple-haired guy tells our protagonist to stop playing around and just kill him. Shut up. Just answer what you were asked then. He asks the same question as before. Where is the scout group? And for some reason, it seems like the purple-haired guy really doesn't know for a split second. Our protagonist lowered his guard, and of course the purple-haired guy noticed. It's Sun, just like that. He prepares his dagger to attack our guardian. However, something catches him first, and when Russell went to look at what was happening, it was obviously a necromancer reciting a spell. I offer my life, my existence, even my death. Of course, the thief's mind was blown seeing this sacrifice. According to the purple-haired guy, that thing he is using is the heart of the hell giants. The life of others, not mine. Existence of others, not mine. Even the death of others, not mine. I sacrifice everything to you. And obviously, the purple-haired guy grows desperate because he doesn't want to become a sacrifice. But it was already too late, son. He was gone for good too, guys. And since the redhead and the purple-haired guy served as sacrifices, he completed the ritual, guys. In other words, of this abomination, and out of nowhere, a giant monster appears before our protagonist. And after this giant monster appeared, clearly, he received a new mission, right? The old mission, which was for him to eliminate the occultists, was updated. New mission. All occultists have been eliminated. Destroy the abomination, and for some reason, the monster has consciousness, guys. In this case, it's the redhead who turned into a huge monster. And as soon as she looks at her body, she gets furious with our guardian son. How dare you use to turn this monster into a human being? I think for you, it's a piece of cake. Nothing else, this ability is the same as the redhead's. But it's no time for him to be thinking about that son, because this magic is heading right at him with everything, and boom. Everything exploded, but of course, our protagonist managed to get away using his skill. This leaves our protagonist furious here, because the monster couldn't even control its own power. And in the end, it ended up digging its own grave. The boy, seriously, what was our protagonist expecting? Because the monster gets back up furious, son. And as you guys saw in the previous frame, guys, the necromancer sacrificed the redhead, and then the purple-haired guy. Meaning, the monster has the power of both of them. Son. In other words, son. Just when the necromancer thinks he has one. Our protagonist, Spoom, take an arrow to the back, stop being a sucker. And according to our protagonist, guys, the necromancer is inside the giant monster. Right, your attacks don't work against me, boy. But it seems that from now on, our protagonist has a problem, right, guys? Because the monster's defense is incredibly high. He needs to think of a solution. However, I don't have time. For that, right, the monster charges right at him with everything. Today, you will leave this world. Whenever you want, boy, at this moment. For now, our protagonist is just buying time, exactly. That's right, despair today before my unbeatable power. However, the monster didn't count on one thing. Our protagonist calls upon Peppy to help him, because with Peppy distracting it, the monster will be easier to handle. Our protagonist uses Flame Wave and boom. It hit the monster dead on. However, it had no effect. Right, guys? You idiot. Your attacks cannot harm me, however. When the monster went to look for our protagonist, now Peppy appears right on time and uses a move that shows its name. Meanwhile, our protagonist flies through the sky while planning his next attack now that Pepe caught the attention of the monster. There, all that's left for our protagonist is to use an overwhelmingly piercing power. In other words, overheating. Combined with the flame spear, boy, so he charges at the monster with everything. Using overheating, along with the fire spear, and wham. He pierces the monster's head, but if it doesn't, even if that was enough, it's completely useless. I know, but my true attack is not over yet, just like that. He uses a lightning casting skill. Giant dragon hammer, fall, and boom. He completely blows up the monster, and in the end, he managed to defeat the huge monster. And of course, he also completed the mission, right? And after defeating the monster, the boy falls to the ground. To rest, right? Because his body is exhausted, and out of nowhere, the skull head of the necromancer who bit the dust rolls near our protagonist and starts speaking. Oh, what the hell is this? Raymond. I heard that your father was an incredible man. In his final years, wasn't it you, Raymond? What the hell is this? What are you talking about, I would like to know if the son will be more interesting than the father. And of course, after hearing that, our protagonist gets, furious man, who are you? Relax, boy. You will find out sooner or later. And also how your father was in the last years of his life. He had a pathetic appearance. Oh yes, the skull crumbles in our protagonist's hands. Who are you, you son of a? While our protagonist was lamenting, there was someone far away, watching him and sending a report. Meanwhile, at the 12th Desert Regiment of the Imperial Army, 2nd Battalion. This blonde guy here, the battalion commander, Viscount Montemarti. Let's pronounce it like that, otherwise it doesn't sound right. He was a bit annoyed, right? Because according to the report, there was a clash with an individual, suspected of being a mage from the Magic Tower Council, and also an occultist, with the result obviously being our protagonist's victory. And judging by the strength, the mage's level is at least 5th circle or higher. So the blonde guy gets even more annoyed, summoning the intelligence officer. Then he asks the tense guy, how is it possible that you didn't notice that a mage of this caliber had come so close to your territory? The guy just apologizes, right? However, according to him, There were no reports of unusual movements of high-ranking mages. From the kingdom. I said it wrong before then. The other guy said, there that it is possible he is a new mage, because there is a rumor that the Flame Tower recruited a new, younger member, meaning our protagonist. Since he just graduated from the academy, there isn't much information about him, right? According to him. As long as our protagonist doesn't approach his border, there is no need to worry. But the blonde guy gets annoyed with him. Because, even if our protagonist is a recent graduate, he is already above the 5th circle. This means he could become a significant force for the kingdom. In the future, in other words. He has no choice but to send that crazy guy. Meanwhile, our protagonist must still be resting, however. He is a bit pensive because could it be possible that an occultist killed his father? Anyway, it's not the time for that right now because it seems our protagonist noticed that there are people following him and it's probably an Imperial reconnaissance group. You're right, you scoundrel, however. When our protagonist stands up, he spots a person far away and out of nowhere, that person's body begins to glow. Suddenly, our protagonist dodges because he knows something is coming toward him. And in an instant, his face was cut, in other words. That person used aura just like that. He receives a new mission against an invisible enemy. For the first time, you have encountered an enemy at a level you have never seen before. Escape safely from the enemy's clutches. He can't believe it because that person is Spando. A superhuman from the Empire. Spando finds it interesting because he was aiming for our protagonist's neck. Indeed, the report about you being a skilled individual of the 5th circle was actually true. It seems that now this protagonist is completely screwed. Right. Because this guy is a disciple of the Grand Master, Swordsman McHugh. However, the word that best describes this person is Spando. Haha. Haha. It's going to be fun cutting you up, Spando, the maniac. He finds it interesting, especially since our protagonist knows his name. Now you can embrace the moment of pain that you are about to experience. Now things look bad for our protagonist, man. And there's a little problem, right, guys? This guy uses a lethal crimson aura and haze someone our protagonist will never forget, man. Because in the past, just because they crossed paths with him, he brutally cut down his entire mercenary group and killed them. And of course, our protagonist died. Back then, too, man, at that time, the only reason he didn't die was because of Alan Page. He arrived just in time to save our protagonist. But even back then, even an Alan Page who had surpassed the limits of a mage could barely subdue him in the end. In other words, our protagonist was completely screwed. End of story. Returning to the present, Spando got tired of the small talk, so he launched an attack. Right at our protagonist with full force and flying blood, and obviously, our protagonist wasn't going to just stand there, right? So, he used a 5-layered shield, but the shield was destroyed, man, however. At the very last second, our protagonist manages to dodge, and after that attack, our protagonist gets curious. Because how did Alan Page manage to deal with him? Spando says his judgment is good, overlapping his shields into multiple layers. Interesting, boy. But your magic power density is too low, so he sends multiple attacks toward our protector once again. And that's when our protector realized density. And when the Crimson Slash was almost reaching him, he uses Flame Spear. And Spando gets impressed. Because he was hiding something useful. Like that all this time, but it didn't end there, man. He takes the Fire Spear and boom, launches it. Right at Spando. With everything, obviously Spando was impressed. Because the spear's form remained intact, even after he threw it. But clearly, he just uses his blood shield and blocks the spear. Indeed. These aspects are what make battles against mages more interesting, however. When Spando least expected it, our protagonist appears right behind him, boom. But it's like I said, guys, Spando is a renowned figure, right? And because of that, it wouldn't be easy to defeat him, boy. So, clearly he dodges, right? Just like that. Like a rat, you even know how to use Flash, boy. And boom, he slashes at our protagonist. With everything, guys, but obviously, our protagonist manages to dodge, using Flash, right? But even so, Spando still managed to cut him. How long has it been since I last had this much fun? Clearly, our protagonist is isolated, because Spando enhanced his physical abilities by wrapping his body in aura. In other words, it's incomparable to our protagonist's mage's body. However, that's when Spando touches a sore spot and asks if everyone from the Flame Tower is this stubborn? And that's why our protagonist gets a bit curious. Like, what do you mean by that? Ha ha. Ha. It's because that group I ran into a few days ago, they didn't give up until the very end. The missing scouting group. It was your fault. Let's go look for the scouts. Our protagonist was about to escape after a brief clash. But this is no time to think about the future. And after seeing this power from our protagonist, Spando gets excited, right? You hid these powers. While facing me, let's see if you can. Hold on while your entire body is torn to pieces. Then Spando unleashes multiple slashes at our protagonist, however, using magmification. He passes through, destroying Spando's attack. He is just charging straight at Spando with everything. Just like that, because I don't know if you guys remember, but he only has 15 seconds to use magnification, boy. In other words, it's all or nothing. So, he takes the flame spear, leaps up, and boom, he hits Spando with everything. At least that's what he thought. Because Spando appears behind him and says he doesn't know what little trick he used, but I'm sure it temporarily increased your powers. And bam, their powers clash, and with 9 seconds left for the dragonification to end, he keeps charging at Spando with everything, however. Spando keeps defending against the attack, and only 6 seconds remain. Then Spando says that if even this isn't enough, then it's a useless power. Boy, it's time to end this, boy. Just like that, he uses his strongest ability, Crimson Cyclone, and goes after our protagonist with everything. Just like that, the two abilities clash. Spando goes to one side and our protagonist to the other. And using his brain, our protagonist drove his spear into the ground. And boom, everything explodes, son. However, not even that was able to defeat Spando, guys. With 2 seconds left for the transformation to end, Spando gets disappointed. Is it over already? But as a little surprise, he has an ace up his sleeve, right guys? And with only 1 second left for the ability to end, and placing both his hands on the ground, he uses a new ability, Sixerical Magic. Fusion. It's an ability whose principle our protagonist was already aware of. But since Sixerical Magic was required, obviously he couldn't use this advanced magic before. A magic that starts from small embers and covers the whole area with magma. In other words, with this ability, our boy managed to defeat Spando, guys. They say that our cute little dragon Peppy saved our protagonist, right? And when our protagonist was leaving, he saw Spando. Completely broken, son. Any last words? Spando says, isn't it funny? They lead you to war. War in the name of protecting the country, but they don't tell you how to get out of it on this path, boy. You will need to kill over and over again, because the path of a guardian is indeed a bloody road, therefore. I welcome you to war. And after those beautiful words, he dies right in front of our protagonist. Honestly, guys, up until now, this guy Spando was the best villain that our protagonist has faced so far, because the others are all total wimps. Right. And of course, after sending Spando packing, he completed the mission. Meanwhile, in the office of the big mustache guy, in Jackson's case, he was talking to the crazy, arrogant guy about Spando, the knight of the Empire, whom our protagonist smashed. Right, he says that probably. Spando is guarding a secret in the desert, and according to the guy, there, the disappearance of the scouts might also be related to him. You nailed it, you bastard. And obviously, after hearing this, Jackson gets flabbergasted, right? Because if this is really true, the disciple of the Flame Tower is also in danger. Boy, in other words, no matter how skilled, our protagonist is against Spando. He probably won't win. But as soon as he says that, look who arrives there, guys. The man himself, yes, our protagonist. He places Spando's sword on the table and says he would like a glass of water. After that, Jackson went to report everything that happened. The Scouts of the Flame Tower. Warrior on a mission. Russell Raymond defeated the occultists, and also Spando, and obviously after that. The news spread throughout Camelot. Not just in Camelot, but the whole world, boy. Russell Raymond, the last heir of the fallen Raymond family. There was a rumor that he had defeated the abomination, the magic beast of the occultists, and even though the boy was a rookie in the Flame Tower, the rumor was hard to believe. And as soon as our protagonist returns, there's our gorgeous master, Professor Humbert and Urson, waiting for our protagonist. There, everyone is in black. Whoa, is this a funeral? But anyway, our gorgeous master thanks our protagonist for coming back alive, and even though some felt relieved, others became even more competitive. The old man is impressed, saying that it's going to be a tough match. While some were relieved, others were burning with competitiveness. Meanwhile, the villains were filled with hatred and rage. This is Spando's master, McHugh. He'll call him Red since it's a much cooler name. Get it? No, he gets furious, asking if that's all they have to say, specifically about the death of Spando. While everyone was feeling different emotions, so it shall be an eye for an eye, disciple for disciple. They all had one thing in common, a strong pressure left by Russell Raymond. Daria Snow White, I will avenge this at all costs. A few days later, our protagonist was talking to our gorgeous master about the occultists involved in his father's death. Daria gets a bit curious, since many records were lost during the war, and because of that, it's hard to find out what really happened better. To stay occupied, it won't be an easy thing. Boy. However, in practice, we know about that, right? But one thing is certain, if we continue pursuing the occultists, the truth will be revealed. Boy. Wow, look at this, guys. This is great. Our protagonist says that, together with the Flame Tower, he will always be there for her. They finally arrived at the Magic Tower Council, but before they enter, Daria tells him that he can leave his doubts and anxieties aside and expand the horizons of his knowledge. Boy, the Magic Tower Council, a society that gathers the masters. Of the more than 20 towers that exist within Admini, a damn hard name 2 months ago, thanks to the fact that our protagonist defeated Spando, he was able to reach this place as the master's assistant, and even though Hayes a rookie, some people stop him and say, so this is the boy they call the prodigy. It's an honor to meet you, boy. Our protagonist just says thank you. Meanwhile, a person from afar says that it has indeed been a while. It has been a while, Master of the Yellow Tower. This bald guy here is Niccolo Machiavelli. Holy crap, they copied the name right to his face, man. For sure. I'm going to call him Baldy because, man, for sure, that name does not suit him at all. No way, damn it. But anyway, Daria introduces him to our protagonist. She says that he is the organizer of the Magic Tower Council today. So our protagonist bows and greets Baldy, but Baldy bursts into laughter and says there's no need to be so formal. After all, you wiped out the disciple of that absolute scoundrel. This leaves our protagonist curious, absolute scoundrel. Our Red, according to our gorgeous master, is the master swordsman of the Empire. In other words, the man named Spando was his disciple. Baldy gets excited, saying it was refreshing to hear that. And while everyone was talking, casually there about Spando, and blah blah blah, the old man, with the spear tattoos arrives. They're asking how our gorgeous master is doing, the master, with the yellow tattoos. And as always, this gorgeous master and the old man start bickering, right? And obviously, after seeing the two Alzheimer's bickering there, Baldy gets going then. The old man says that since they brought up the subject, they shouldn't forget about the bet that they made, right? But our gorgeous master says, of course, I didn't forget that, man. Is very clear? What I said is very clear. For my taste, then the old Spearmaster starts to brag. They're saying that his disciple about that, and blah 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 blah, however. Before things start to go wrong, Alan takes him away and says, just leave, you brat. I haven't finished speaking. A while later, finally, they are going to start the Magic Tower Council session. The main topic they're going to address today is about the ruins that are obviously being excavated on Mount Calvin. Calvin. According to the bald man, the ruins appear to be from the period of the mythological era, and there is evidence that nothing has been looted. Yet, in other words, there is a good chance the relic is still intact. Boy, I don't know what relic this is, right? Obviously, he gets a bit curious, so he asks Daria, a relic from the mythological era. According to Daria, they might end up unearthing an artifact that will shake the times. So, the bald man says that is why they need the help of these two people, in this case, to protect the place, right? Alan Page from the Spear Tower and Russell Raymond from the Flame Tower. I would like to ask this favor of you: protect this place, then everyone starts saying that it's a good idea. Since our protagonist proved his skills, and blah 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 blah, Daria gets all proud, right? Because people are saying that, of course, after all, he is the descendant of that person, but someone from the back speaks up. Wait, this guy here is? Check it out, man. I think that's how you pronounce it, right? The master of the Red Tower is a guy who asks if he minds sharing the reason. Then he mentions Alex Raymond, who is basically the father of our protagonists. It is basically for this reason. Because of the defeat of our protagonist's father? No. Everyone gets annoyed with him. How can the son be blamed for the father's defeat? However, even if it costs the lives of most of the soldiers, after they left the battle without permission, after hearing this, everyone falls silent, however. Daria says that this is pure speculation. There is no record from that time, however. He says that she is wrong, because he was there and saw him flee with my own eyes. And of course, our protagonist gets a bit curious. Right, his father fled. Our protagonist gets a bit curious, right, because it's a secret that his father died during the war. But why is that man saying those things? He keeps saying that the Raymond family owes a debt to the kingdom. That must be paid. But how would the rest of the youth feel if they entrusted such an important mission to the Raymond family? If Russell is placed in charge of the protection, they need to know that the Red Tower, will provide no support. For this expedition, after hearing this, everyone is at a loss as to what to do. Right, because leaving the Red Tower out is completely out of the question. The guy gets a bit confused, right, because he stirred up the crowd with just a few words, but that was already normal, right, guys? It was already expected from the Red Tower. To tell the truth, looking at his past, this was probably obvious to him. Ah, Archduke Bismarck. He has the trust of the king's uncle. Who is the man with the most powerful title in the territories? Blaine Treiler. Boy, obviously after seeing this, the old folks get really furious. Because according to the old man from the Spear Tower, this makes no sense at all, boy. Clearly our beautiful master gets really furious, right, man? Telling our protagonist not to move, because she will take care of it, however. Our protagonist says that he would like to ask something of the master of the Red Tower. Can you take responsibility for what you just said, Blaine? Gets a bit curious, like responsibility. Russell refers to the responsibility for having insulted the Raymond family, but before our professor could say anything else, our beautiful master tells the boy to stop, because this is not the time. In trying to rub salt in our protagonist's wound, he speaks as if the honor of a family, as if a lower class level meant anything. Russell Raymond, be grateful that Daria is your master. If it weren't for that, I would have ripped out your tongue and made an example out of you for the other arrogant and reckless mages. But while he was trying to reprimand, our protagonist there, a person in the background, says that the master of the Red Tower acts as if he were royalty. Someone might mistake you for his majesty. The king, after seeing this, everyone gets a bit nervous. Because the person saying those things was Princess Hike. He'll just call her Princess Hike. Right, clearly after seeing her Highness, everyone bows to her. But this leaves Blaine a bit curious. Right, why is the princess there, man, then? Princess Hike says that overheard from the outside, the master of the Red Tower seems to have a point. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Man, is she going to take the side of this ugly guy? Meaning, if someone has a debt, they must settle it. Ah. Then he tries to say something, to see if the princess will change her mind. But the princess says that he must give that person the chance to do so. Regarding this excavation, I order that the Spear Tower and the Flame Tower act as guards. Along with the Red Tower. Boy, obviously, after seeing that, Blaine gets excited, right? Remarking to the princess that this is not a case that can be handled lightly. Then she shouts toward the master of the Red Tower, asking who the main leader of this excavation is. Clearly, the bald guy says it's Her Highness's voice, meaning everything will happen according to her wishes. Boy, having said that, she turns around and leaves, right? Leaving our protagonist a bit curious because why did the princess help him? But anyway, that's something we'll only find out later, sometime later inside the carriage. Heading home clearly, Blaine was not pleased, saying that this is his chance to cut the Raymond family by the roots. However, while he is returning home peacefully out of nowhere, the boy felt a presence, and of course, to protect his master, he climbs on top of the carriage to see what it is, right, and buy the shoes. You guys already know what it is, right, guys? It's our gorgeous old lady, damn. And of course the kid stood on alert, right, aiming no. He wasn't going to stop our gorgeous old lady, young man. If I were you, I'd just lower that sword, Daria. We'll kick your ass, however, before things go wrong for the kid there, Blaine tells the boy to lower his weapon. Blaine says that judging by the relationship between the two, it seems she didn't go all the way there to offer him an apology. And out of nowhere, our gorgeous old lady says, Blaine Triller. She asks him if he really witnessed the death of our protagonist's father. According to Blaine, he says he didn't see it exactly. But why do you want to know about that? Daria says she is trying to get to the bottom of this, and that's why she went to ask him just to be sure, right? Blaine says he can't believe she went so far. Because of that, I can't believe this. Were you by any chance close to the deceased Raymond? But out of nowhere, Daria gets furious, man, saying that this is a matter that concerns her youngest disciple, meaning the disciples' matters are also the master's matters. It's a very simple thing. I am simply trying to help him set things right. In other words, don't get in my way. But out of nowhere, Blaine changes his mind. He tells the driver to move on because there is something he needs to check a day later. Our gorgeous old lady was telling our protagonist that he is setting off tomorrow. However, she asks if he will be able to perform well, being so distracted like this, right? So she asks him if what that old man said is bothering him. However, he says no, right? But deep down, Daria knows that for someone whose father was hailed as a hero, suddenly calling his father a coward, that being the case, how could the boy not be affected by everything? So relax, boy. Eventually the truth will come to light. I would like you to focus on carving out your own path. This makes the boy a bit curious, right? Carving out my own path? After hearing this, he shouts to Daria, asking her to guide his path. Once again, clearly. After hearing this, our beautiful lady gets excited, right? But of course, it won't be an easy path, right? However, this path must be walked. Only then will a child emerge from the shadow of their parents, no matter how vast that shadow may be. 3 days later, at Mount Calvin, our protagonist finally arrived at the location, right? Damn, why is it so cold here? And since it's freezing cold over there, our protagonist uses mana to warm up the place. While our protagonist was standing there observing everything, a person asks if he is Russell, the newcomer. The guy says he was waiting for our protagonist and tells the boy to follow him. While our protagonist walked through there, he notices the yellow tower of the Royal Path, the yellow tower of Everhall, and the yellow tower of Ashes. In other words, all the experts in Earth-type magic are gathered there. Boy, then, the guy asks our protagonist if the scale isn't impressive. Everything that our protagonist is seeing was made from magic crystals. The boy is impressed, right? Because they really look like mirrors. The guy says yes, and that's why they are called the ruins of the 2 mirrors of time. Sometime later, a man introduces himself to the boy. This is Niccolo Machiavelli from the Yellow Tower, the man in charge of the expedition. Right, he's a clever guy who introduces himself there, saying he is Russell Raymond from the Flame Tower, and so on and so forth. Right, however, our protagonist is impressed because this guy standing in front of him is a highly skilled person who rose from a commoner to an elder of the Yellow Tower, of the royal path, and he is also an archaeologist and adventurer who discovered the most ruins in the entire kingdom? Right. In other words, the guy is a legend. Our protagonist can clear up some doubts that are on his mind, right? But while our protagonist was talking with the old man out of nowhere, Alan, wait. Wasn't it Alan? Whatever. I'll just call him Alan. Alan finally arrives. There too, right? Saying it's a pleasure to work with our protagonist. Look at that man. He's a brilliant genius. Right? He knows about the bet. Right? Well, I wanted to protect the relic from the age of the gods. Then Alan says that now only the guardian of the Red Tower is left. As soon as he arrives, they will be able to discuss their shifts and missions together, right? Then the old man says over there that it's comforting to have the kingdom's prodigies protecting the excavation site. But what kind of trouble could there be in these ruins to warrant sending an entire squad? Here, this leaves the old man a bit curious. Because isn't this an exaggeration, however? While the old man was thinking about it there, out of nowhere, an explosion occurs, and completely out of nowhere, in the middle of the explosion, a crystal golem appears. Boy. And after the golem sees the humans, it launches several attacks at them, clearly hitting some of them. But the old man isn't going to let that slide, boy. He created a stone barrier. Protecting the others from the attack, he shouts to all the earth mages to raise a wall and block the attacks. Meanwhile, a girl helps a guy, however. While she was helping this guy, the golem appears behind her back, and obviously it launches several attacks at them. But our protagonist won't let the golem hurt. Anyone else, boy? In other words, fire spear boy? After stopping the golem's attack, our protagonist asks if she is okay, however. That's when he notices something. Purple hair? Don't tell me this person is? Yes, Princess Hike. What is it you thought our protagonist thought? What I thought. This person is the princess, boy. But there is no time for that, boy. Because the golem is charging straight at them with full force. However, there is not just one genius. Here, Alan is also here. In other words, Glacial Arch, and boom. He hits the crystal golem with everything, boy. But this attack wasn't enough to defeat the monster. But I think it's also a bit stupid, right? Attacking ice with ice. But anyway, this makes the monster furious, man, however. Where there are two geniuses, there is room for one more genius. In other words, bloodthirsty fire sword, and boom. He destroyed it right there with just one attack. Guys, this is Jerome from the Red Tower. Damn, that guy is insane, okay? And as soon as he arrives, he gives a brief glare at our protagonist. He gave a brief glare at him, but before the introductions, 3 days ago, Blaine was asking someone about Russell's father, because our beautiful lady started investigating his death, right? He asks this certain person if he has any idea about it. This person Blaine is talking to, guys, is that same skeleton skull that talked to our protagonist. The skeleton head gets a bit curious. Like an idea, you say, I can't think of any reason. Other than you having ordered his death? I knew it, man. I said it was you guys. See who had killed our protagonist's father. Guys, see? Then the skeleton head asks if he is afraid of getting caught. But Blaine says no. Because Hayes just disappointed if the skeleton head hadn't gotten rid of our protagonist during the meeting of the towers. This wouldn't be happening. Because if it weren't for that, Daria wouldn't even have a reason to have doubts. Clearly, after hearing this, the skeleton head was going to get furious, right? Saying that this only happened because he was misinformed, that our protagonist was just a child. However, before things went south, someone in the background asks if they called him all the way here just to watch them fight. This is Bismarck Hartman. Anyway, after Bismarck arrives, Blaine explains everything to him about how the princess interfered with everything. And blah, 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 blah. Blaine explains to him that originally they planned to keep the guards to a minimum, however. Before he could continue, Bismarck tells him to get straight to the point. How does he plan to take over the ruins? He says that Jerome, his disciple, We'll join the guards. In other words, just like that. As soon as the boy creates a breach in the defensive barrier set up by the Yellow Tower, the henchmen and the occultists will ambush the expedition group, boy. Bismarck gets a bit curious, right? Because, as they know, for their plan to be successful, they will have to subdue the masters, who protect the current king, and to cut off the support. Of those masters, they need that artifact from the ruins. In that case, I think we can use a little insurance. But returning to our protagonist, the princess, here's pointing toward the corner. Our protagonist would get a bit curious. Right, asking what she is doing. What are you doing? Are you going crazy? She tells our protagonist to keep quiet because her presence there is currently confidential. In other words, this must remain exactly as it is, she keeps saying that he should simply ignore her and go about his business. Although, this might be something hard to understand at this moment. It's the right thing to do, boy, our protagonist tells her that she must be quite attached to the ruins. Because if it were him, he would also be disappointed. If he didn't see them in person, he can tell her that she doesn't need to worry about anything, because he won't say a word to anyone, according to Kate the princess. His Majesty the King and the monsters are in a frenzy, trying to keep her quiet. But you don't seem very worried. About me, Russell says that it was only for a moment. But he saw the princess's monstrous aura. In other words, I guess I don't need to worry. Right, he was going crazy, calling her a monster. Anyway, after she taps our protagonist on the head, she takes off, right? Finally, someone with decent character. Ah, what a drag, man. I should have asked for a dragon heart. In exchange for my silence, a while. Later, our protagonist finally arrives and apologizes for being late. He asks Alan, what is going on? According to our bro Alan, whatever man, what they are trying to say is that they are trying to destroy a barrier called spatial rupture. In other words, spells don't work on this barrier, boy. And even after trying over and over again to destroy this barrier, they couldn't do it, boy. And obviously that leaves the old man furious, right? But while our protagonist and Alan they're watching them trying to destroy the barrier. Jerome says that he must send a report to the Archduke. Hey's a real piece of work, right? A while later, Alan says there is a way to break the barrier. Meaning, with a relic from the Age of the Gods, that is in the possession of the Spear Tower, however. According to the old man, it's impossible for them to lend such a precious relic so easily, but Alan says that's why. He plans to go personally. And clearly, after hearing this, the old man got all excited, saying that as the representative of the Yellow Tower, he promises to return the favor. And blah, 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 after saying that to the old man. He apologizes to our protagonists and to Jerome, because he will have to leave, right? And that bastard Jerome, after hearing this, is already planning everything, right? Because since our bro, Alan won't be there, only one war mage will be left there, and since Alan won't be there anymore, our protagonist had told Jerome that he would like to discuss the rotation of the Night Watch, however. I think our guy is going to say something. He says he will go first. Boy, there you go, man. Another perfect target for our protagonist to crush. After making that crazy face, he turns around and takes off. Boy, our protagonist gets a bit curious, right? Doesn't he have a rather sinister smile, man? But anyway, a while later, while two guys were on guard, simply out of nowhere, several masked guys appear before them. And obviously they tell the masked men to freeze, because that is the jurisdiction of the Yellow Tower. Boy, however, before they could try to do anything, they were taken out, boy. And obviously it was by that asshole Jerome, right? The crazy bastard after that asshole massacres the guards. He opens the way for the masked men. Now, as for the guy in the black mask, it seems he is their leader, right? Since Alan Page is far away, today is going to be a massacre. Boy, he says that the smell of groaning corpses is a delight, damn. Jerome says that since the time is coming, basically, he has to take the princess hostage. Okay, the man in the black mask asks, what should we do with the disciple of the Flame Tower? In this case, our protagonist, right? That's simple. Kill him. I won't tolerate any mistakes like last time. You complain too much. At least be a spectator, boy. But before things go to hell there, the man in the mask says that they are on the same side, right? Why are you guys fighting? You fools. Well, here is the beloved, illegitimate child of Blaine. And obviously, after hearing that, Jerome gets furious, son, so he charges at the guy with everything. However, it wouldn't be so easy to defeat this guy, right, son? Relax, boy. Can't I? Even make a little joke. Open your heart a bit. Just like these guys. Then he tells the boy that he doesn't know if it will happen or not. But if things go wrong, don't forget that objective the Archduke gave you. And for us to find out what kind of objective that is, we have to go back a few days. Before, while Blaine was speaking, telling him to remember that after the mission ends, he will become a ghost. Until the day the Archduke ascends the throne. For this reason, there must be no survivors returning from the expedition. But clearly, the boy gets a bit hesitant. Like, what if the master's condition worsens? Will it really be fine if he uses that object that the Archduke gave him? Then Blaine asks the boy if he doesn't want him to recognize him. I will simply believe that you will not fail, no matter the cost. Returning to the present day. Today Jerome was setting fire to everything, son. Because according to him, he must become a ghost that spreads terror and despair. But meanwhile, our protagonist is asking the old man about a dragon. And this dragon our protagonist is talking about, right, guys? Is that dragon he saw in the mural while he was facing the occultists back there. But the old man says that not even he can give a direct answer about that. But there is a creature worthy of attention. As an analogy, which is the divine dragon king. Apparently, our protagonist is a bit curious. Like the divine dragon king. He asks the old man if a creature like that really exists. However, it's something that not even the old man knows for sure. Since there aren't enough historical records, he doesn't know enough about this creature. So, why are you even talking to the guy, however? According to history, they created someone capable of fighting against any evil. But while the old man and our protagonist were talking casually there, out of nowhere, our little dragon Peppy summons himself. On his own, our protagonist gets a bit curious. Like, why did he summon himself, man? However, his curiosity didn't last long, because, simply out of nowhere, an undead appears right there, son, and boom. The creature self-destructed son. Meanwhile, in a certain place, in the camp, there are some mages trying to stop that armored boy, but their attacks have no effect on him, son. How pathetic. And they were quite curious, like, how is this brute still standing after receiving all this damage? What damage, son? Are you getting crazy? No? Without giving much time to the mages, with just one swing of his axe, boom, he completely destroys the mage's son. While the armored guy is committing a massacre, man, the masked man, is walking along casually there until, out of nowhere, two mages try to ambush him. Hidden, but that is nothing to him. Right, because, as you saw before, he can create portals. In other words, he created a portal, redirecting the attack back to the mages, and they died. Where is that old man from the spear tower? Returning to our protagonist, the old man was furious. Like, how dare these lunatics ambush me like this? Our protagonist is a bit curious, right? Because there's only one group that uses the undead. In other words, the occultists. So he turns to the old man, apologizes. Because there is something important he must protect. After that, he gets going. What do you mean there's someone? More important than me, of course. There is Old Manhwa, Princess Hike. Speaking of our girl, Hike, she is fighting against several undead. To protect some cowards there? Wait, man, don't these guys know how to protect themselves? Look at that. While they were fleeing, that armored guy appeared right in front of them, it seems. Whoa. Damn, man, no way. I'm completely twisting my words. But seeing this, Hike charges right at him with everything. Because according to her, she needs to end this with just a single blow, man. She charges at the armored guy with everything. But it seems it didn't go very well. Look at that. Look at who it is, if only you had more power to give, I wouldn't have been cut by a girl. Take off that armor and see if she doesn't cut you, villain. Take it off. Take it off. Take it off. I won't be able to hold out any longer, but being Princess Hike of Ramos, she cannot give up their man. In other words, she can't let down her guard. She prepares for his next move. She must protect her people. Look, when Princess Hike was about to charge at the armored guy, with everything, our protagonist arrives in the arena, charging at the knight with full force. Man, clearly, you are worried about our girl. Princess Hike, are you okay? Hey you, I mean the one from the supply group. Are you going crazy? What a strange way to call someone. Well, what should I call you then, the wielder of the flame spear? So, you are the deity of flames? Then, our protagonist speaks. Please take the people to the entrance of the ruins. Because I told you, sir, that I would meet you. They're right, besides, I'll take care of this. And worried about our protagonist, she asked if he would be okay alone. Didn't you? Say you would give me a chance to settle my debt. After hearing that, she gives a little smile over there, right? Ah! What a pity it would have been more fun. If you attacked together, relax. It's going to be plenty of fun. While the knight was distracted, Pepe appears right in front of him and attacks him with everything, man. Since Pepe created this chance for our protagonist, he prepares to create a new skill. Combining overheat with the flame spear. If he combines the flame spear with overheat, he creates a new skill called explosion. Cheap tricks won't work against me. But our protagonist doesn't even care about that, man. He steps right up to the knight with everything, do you think? This is a cheap trick too, and boom. He completely blows up the knight, man. But meanwhile, while the mages fled, they fled. Out of nowhere, Spando appears and massacres all of them, man. And finally, after a long time searching, he finally found Spando, however. While Jerome was analyzing the situation, he saw a rather curious person. The princess. Man, that leaves him a bit curious. Right? What is the princess doing there, man? But there is no time for that. Because out of nowhere, an explosion happens next to him. And who do you think caused that explosion, guys? Clearly, it was our protagonist. Right, man? He kicked the ass of the knight. That nobody was able to even scratch, man. Well, so this is your face. But with that ugly face of yours, it looks better than the armor, right? Obviously, after seeing that, the knight gets furious. With our protagonist, don't get cocky, you arrogant brat. After that, he reactivates his aura, and his second heart starts glowing. The guy has 2 hearts, man. Once the activation is complete, he charges at our protagonist with full force, launching multiple attacks. Our protagonist gets a bit curious. Like, damn, this knight is insanely fast, man. However, that guy was way faster than him, boy. After gaining a good distance and positioning himself, our protagonist charges at him with full force, and just like a strike of the flame spear. This ends here, however. When our protagonist was about to finish the knight, the leader with the mask arrives and saves the knight. Just in time, boy, geez. You're a mess, aren't you? Shut up. That being the case, he creates his new skill, casting a spell. So, he takes his spear, and boom, he hurls it toward those fools with full force. However, the masked leader had an interesting idea. He opens a portal in the direction of where the princess is, using the trajectory. In other words, our protagonist's spear is heading right toward them, man. Oh no. Man, is our protagonist going to wipe out everyone? There, guys, that's what we're going to find out. Right now, boy, and obviously after blowing up everyone. Right, our protagonist went to see how they were doing, and he arrives there, desperate. Right, especially because the princess was also there. Guys, but as soon as he gets there, everyone was wiped out. For good, except the princess and the elder at the scene. He can see everyone dead. Our protagonist says he is very sorry, because this was all his fault, however. While our protagonist was there lamenting, Jerome arrives over there again with the princess. The princess, being naive, as always, right, our protagonist approaches him and thanks him for saving the princess. And as you guys already know, right? This loser took it the wrong way, in other words. He takes his sword and stabs our protagonist man, Russell. And the old man was left completely confused, because Jerome actually betrayed them, and seeing his master wounded, Pepe summons himself and charges at Jerome with full force, But to save this piece of garbage, Jerome, that masked man arrives just in time and saves Jerome, sending Peppy flying somewhere else. Jerome tells the masked man that he is sure he told him to take Niccolo Machiavelli as a hostage, but he almost killed everyone. There, however, the guy says he can pass as a hostage as well. Right after seeing this casual conversation of theirs, Niccolo Machiavelli gets furious at Jerome. Man, you really betrayed us. However, he wasn't able to do anything because he was defeated easily by the knight. Boy, that's something I didn't see coming. But he was curious. Right, he asks who that woman is. Jerome says she is Princess Hike. In other words, if they hold her as a hostage, they can even control the kingdom. Jerome keeps talking, saying that because of his foolish actions, all of this was almost in vain right after finishing off everyone there and capturing the princess. They were thinking about leaving. But did you guys think our protagonist would just let them leave like that? Everyone? After doing all this, I highly doubt it, right? Even though Hay's wounded and close to dying. Our protagonist already states that he won't let them leave, and seeking revenge, the knight says he will handle this, boy. Everyone was confident that the knight was going to defeat our protagonist, right? Especially since the guy was wounded, man. But the protagonist here is the one in purple. It's him, not the knight, right? In other words, Cloud Ring, Mist Summoning. This is my revenge for earlier, you brat, die. And just when the knight thought he had one, Draconic Awakening, and boom. He blows up the knight completely. Wow, this leaves the masked guy a bit curious about this. This mist he summoned, was it just to block their line of sight? Or is there something else behind all of this? It seems like there's a good reason why your predecessors were defeated. Even without seeing, he can feel a rapid surge of mana that goes beyond common. Since the masked guy gets a bit curious, like, what could this be? But there's no time for him to keep thinking about it, boy. Because in the blink of an eye, our protector was already in front of him, and boom, slashes him, boy. And obviously after seeing that, Jerome is going to get totally furious at our protagonist. Right, especially since if he leaves any survivors, he will fail the mission, and if he lets that happen, it's the same as dying, dual-wielding, bloodthirsty fire swords. Now that he has summoned his swords, he charges at our protagonist with everything, man. Now things look bad for our protagonist, right guys? Because the Draconic Awakening is almost reaching its limit, boy. In other words, Hay's going to bet everything on this one strike. After the swords clash, an explosion occurs, and our protagonist falls to his knees, coughing up blood, and Jerome had his chest pierced, man. Everyone's jaw dropped. They were waiting for this crazy guy to die, man. Our protector gets a bit curious, because in the end, he just passed out. Wait, how did he pass out? With a hole like that in his chest? Man, that's crazy. The masked guy speaks up, saying that our protector is very naive. Because did he really think he was the only one? With two hearts, the same applies to this guy. A power that rivals the power of a dragon. Chimera Heart. Holy crap, man. What a monstrous transformation. See, I thought it was awesome, but you're still going down. Stand back. This leaves our boy Russell curious. Right, a Chimera Heart with a transformation. Jerome's mana scale became so massive, reaching a level immeasurable, or just a lifting of his arms and the closing of his hands. He lifts the masked man easily. Man, Jerome asked him if he was hiding his powers on purpose so that he would use his heart. But the masked man says that's what he wanted. Because didn't he jump a few circles of magic thanks to his heart? Furthermore, he didn't need to struggle to lose against our protagonist. Right, he was a piece of trash and lost. But anyway, that ugly guy attacked. And he says he did things in the wrong order. Russell Raymond, you will be the first one I will destroy. And using this insane power of his, he pulls our protagonist toward him, easily. He says our protagonist exerted a great deal of pressure just now, but in the end, he couldn't protect anyone. It's over, Russell Raymond, and with just a single attack, he created a rift in the spatial protection barrier that the other mages were struggling to break, right, but our protagonist is determined. As always, saying that this isn't over. Like this. He sent an attack straight at Jerome with everything, man. But nothing happened. Right, because Jerome is now completely overpowered. Son, the crazy guy is insanely strong. Damn, Hayes using hacks. I changed my mind. The death you deserve is... With that, he throws our protagonist into the spatial rift. Feel your soul shattering into pieces. Inside the rift of the barrier, die. Russell Raymond, regret your incompetence. For the rest of the time you have left, and simply out of nowhere, our protagonist wakes up. In the hospital, guys, he gets a bit confused, wondering where he is. Wasn't I just in a battle? A moment ago, the blonde girl. She tells him that he is in the hospital of the capital, Camelot. And not understanding a thing, he pushes past the nurse, asking what happened in the Battle of the Ruins. The elder, the princess. What happened to them? The nurse says that he was admitted to the hospital because basically he suffered a seizure while cleaning the low room museum. Holy crap, guys. Could all of that have been a dream, man? I don't think so, I think. Because of that portal that Jerome threw him into, it must be messing with his head. After hearing that, he gets desperate, calling for our little dragon, Pepe. This leaves him quite curious, wondering if he returned to before his regression. To tell the truth, no. He is sure that everything actually happened. It's impossible that everything he lived through was just a dream. But before our protagonist could cause any trouble for everyone, there, a woman arrived, scolding them, telling them to talk somewhere else. A while later, the doctor says that everything the nurse said is true. After fainting at the low room museum, he showed extremely strong signs of hallucination. But talking back to the doctor, Russell says that this kind of thing doesn't happen to him hallucinating, no way. She's going to ask our protagonist a question. Have you ever heard of the term, the nightmare tree? This so-called nightmare tree is an evil tree that deceives people with the sweetest. Some people even starve to death underneath it. And after these people pass away for good. This tree uses those bodies as fertilizer. And this leaves our boy a bit curious, wondering what that has to do with him. Apparently, the pollen from the nightmare tree kept at the low room. The museum that day leaked, in other words. Besides our protagonist, a vast number of people showed symptoms of hallucination. And of course, after hearing the doctor say this, he is devastated because everything he went through was a hallucination. She hands him the complete medical files and says that now it's time for him to wake up from this dream. Obviously, the boy is devastated. All of that was just a dream. This can't be true. Could his master Daria still remember him? And to check that, he goes to Daria's mansion, finding the way to meet with this beautiful master. He says that all of that couldn't have been just a dream. The feeling was way too real. The realistic feeling he had during all the moments he spent, it couldn't have been just a dream. But as soon as he gets close to where our beautiful master is, the guard orders him to stop our protagonist, says he is there to see Daria. He gets a bit confused, wondering who our protagonist is. Meanwhile, in the boy's mind, he is sure that if it's our beautiful master Daria, she will recognize him. So, the guards ask who our protagonist is. He says he is Russell Raymond, and he was a disciple of our beautiful master, Daria. The guys get a bit confused, like they've never heard of this kid before. And obviously, he thinks our protagonist is a lunatic and orders him to get out of there, and since the bodyguards weren't letting our protagonist in, he tries to enter by force, but obviously the guy wasn't going to let him, so he throws a punch at the others' faces, knocking them back. After all this commotion, who arrives there, guys? Our beautiful master? She asks, what is going on there? So, the guard says that that boy insists he is her disciple. My disciple? Do I know you, boy? Obviously, after hearing our beautiful master say that, he becomes even more devastated. Right, guys. A while later, at the Louvre Museum, our boy was filled with indignation, because all of that really was a dream. Because of the fruit from the nightmare tree, he started touching the Dragonheart crystal, saying there's no way this can be true, and if this is a dream, let them wake him up, because he was already too far gone. But before he could break anything else there, the guys arrive and grab him, telling them to remove the boy. From there, there's no way this is happening. After that, he tried to prove that his life hadn't been just a dream. But in the end, it was useless after all that. A few years passed, and he tried desperately to resist this incomprehensible reality. But like everyone else, right, guys? Time slowly numbed him. In seeing a photo of Alan Page becoming the youngest master of the Spear Tower, the boy lost hope, saying there was no way someone like him would receive a chance like that. A while later at the academy, Russell says he didn't expect to end up back in this place. He emptied his mind and abandoned his ambitions. And in the end, he abandoned himself and became a shadow of his former self. Right, guys? I bet you guys think this is all a dream, man. But while our protagonist was sweeping the leaves there, he heard some people bullying someone, guys. Am I going crazy, man? Isn't that Frederick? Here, man. Frederick or whoever, that crazy guy, our protagonist beat up before, right? No. While he was watching from the background there, Frederick, or whoever, let's call him the cute blondie, the blonde guy says. What makes him think he can act like this just because they spoke a little with him? Does he really think they are on the same level? But the boy or the girl, whatever says, they don't care about that at all, especially since Hay's going to become a mage. Or her, whatever, man. After hearing that, the blonde guy starts mocking him, saying how a piece of trash. Like him or her? Man? Damn, I don't. No, it'll just call him, whatever. Because a piece of trash like him, with narrow mana veins. In his veins, man and Hayes acting so high and mighty. Damn. It's the same situation as our protagonist. Back then, think about the crime your family committed, or leave. A mark that you will never forget. And when the blonde guy was almost about to cast fire on the kid's forehead, their man, or woman, whatever, man, damn it. It looks like a woman, right? The boy gets a bit confused. Because as soon as he opens his eyes, all three of them were knocked out, obviously. Our protagonist also lent a helping hand, right, guys? And after this event, the boy didn't stop following our protagonist. So, you ask the boy why he is following him, but the boy says he is just reading a book, and that it's the best place for him to focus, but we all know the boy's following our protagonist. Because our protagonist is protecting him from those ugly guys over there, right, guys? When our protagonist is nearby, the ugly guys don't mess with the kid. Specifically, narrow mana veins. Russell says he knows someone just like him, who used to attend the academy. Obviously, after hearing this, the boy gets curious, asking what happened to him. But the professor says he was expelled, because he couldn't overcome his own limits, like a piece of trash that is determined to be useless. He failed to achieve his goal for a mage. The restriction of the mana veins is no different from a terminal illness. Sometimes it takes courage too, but the boy says he can't do that. He can't give up, however. Before he could continue his conversation, a bald guy over there calls our protagonist. Our protagonist asks him, "What's going on, right, apparently?" This bald guy is his boss. He tells him to take care not to mix with that boy. Our protagonist says he doesn't quite understand what he is trying to mean by that. He says that boy is the son of the traitor, whom the master of the Red Tower overthrew, referring to the fallen family. But meanwhile, in a certain place, a skullhead was saying that the world of Guardians is heading toward its end. Let's go to the academy, strike fear, and announce our return. Returning to our protagonist, and this kid whose name I don't know. The boy was trying to conjure ice magic. I think it's ice, right? But in the end, obviously, since he has the same disease as our protagonist, he fails, but out of nowhere. Our protagonist appears there and asks why he doesn't give up on becoming a mage. The boy says he made a promise to his mother that he wouldn't give up, no matter the situation. But while our protagonist and the boy were talking there, that blonde guy and his henchman arrive there again. This extra really doesn't learn, does he? He loves getting his butt kicked, man. Seriously? He says that this time, he will finish off our protagonist. Russell told the boy to watch closely, because this is the only way for you to become a mage. With that, he channels a bit of magic into his hand, and boom, he wipes out the extras. With just a single blow, the guy talks, but does nothing. Right? The extra never learns. My man is going to get his butt kicked again. After kicking the extras' butts, our protagonist became the kid's teacher, right? Teaching the boy how to restrict the mana veins. Obviously, by using the mage's body overload. Basically the same training he did at the beginning of the story, right guys? After running, and running, the magic that replaces the mana veins with the body, training the muscles, unlike an adult, whose body it is already fully developed, the potential is maximized. If a growing child uses it, but our protagonist says that the speed of his progress is miserable. Come on, Proto. You were also terrible at the beginning. What's wrong, boy? You promised me, but is this all you can do? But the boy is not going to give up so easily. No way. He tells him, train me. One more time, right after training with our Proto. The day of the practical combat arts exam finally arrived. It's the exact same thing our Proto went through. Right, guys? The crazy guy. Hay's just repeating everything that happened to him, right? He even defeated Dai used the name of the mother, but I forgot her name. Man, just like our protagonist. And finally he said this kid's name. Right, it's Spando. Spando. I'm going to call him Spando, right? Whatever. It's easier for me to say, man. And the exact same thing that happened to our protagonist happened, right guys? After Spando won, the crowd went on, talking about how a guy like him could win. Blah, 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 blah. After winning the battle, he looks at our protagonist and says it was because of him that he managed to win this battle. But while our protagonist was, they're watching everything, right? Someone in the background says that it has been a long time since they last saw each other. How long has it been? Russell Raymond, 7th rank, right? Ah. Guys, this blonde guy here is Blaine Treiler. Man, you know that kid over there is his son. Right, damn. Man, I got it all mixed up anyway a while later, you guys. I already know what happened, right, guys? Since our protagonist is a fresh face now, right? Hay's dealing with Blaine. And the one who reported our protagonist was that ugly bald guy? That cursed bald guy? Man. Very ugly. No. I didn't get this ending. I didn't understand a thing, Blaine. Says that because of him, his son was humiliated multiple times after hearing that ugly guy over there is his son. Our protagonist says, no wonder, right? The two of them are pieces of trash just the same. No, Blaine says, that it seems our protagonist is not aware of the situation. If he uses his connections, he can easily expel him, not just him. But I can also expel that boy you adore. After seeing this, no. Our protagonist snaps, right? Bursting into laughter. Me adore that boy. I only provoked him because it was fun messing with him. Having this conversation, Blaine Treiler, right? He ordered our protagonist to leave. To get out of the academy, however. When our protagonist was leaving, Spando asks where he is going. Our protagonist just says that he is leaving, right? And like a curious teenager. Right, the boy asks the reason for him leaving. Ah, our protagonist just ignores him and keeps going, however. The boy steps right in front of him, telling him to listen and not ignore him. So Russell asks him what he expected from someone. Like him, did you really think I was your professor? Or something? Don't flatter yourself. And of course, after hearing those words, the boy gets sad, right guys? Bursting into tears. Meanwhile, Blaine was saying that this is why he loves money and power, especially because with these two things, he can do whatever he wants, right? But out of nowhere, while he was gloating there, absolutely out of nowhere, 3 occultists appear in front of the carriage. And when Blaine was trying to say something, boom, the occultists blow up his carriage, man, everyone died. I liked that, returning to our protagonist. While he was leaving, out of nowhere, he hears an explosion. And obviously he gets a bit curious, right? And he turns back to see what is happening. As soon as he gets there, the whole academy is on fire, guys. Meanwhile, at the academy, the occultist says, today's attack shall announce the rebirth of the cult. To the world spread out, carve horror and despair, and create a sea of blood. While everyone was biting the dust, the only one left was Spando. The occultist gets curious, right? A little scared. How are you still alive? Not for long, right? A few minutes. After trying to stop the occultist, he was almost finished, right? And it was at the exact moment that the smart guy arrived. Right, the occultist says that he is amusing. Why don't you run away? Aren't you afraid of dying, boy? But the guy says that he bought enough time for the others to manage to escape, so he is satisfied. Meanwhile, our protagonist was observing everything, saying that he is feeling an enormous magical power. Not even the professors managed to stop that man. He says that when he received a second chance, it was so that he could grow more and protect people. He ended up becoming a top guardian, but after waking up from that dream, he was helpless. What can he possibly do? In his mind, he says he has to run away. That's right. There is no reason to sacrifice his own life. Meanwhile, the occultist is calling the boy a piece of trash weakling, saying he should know his place. However, the boy says he knows better than anyone that he can't win. And simply, out of nowhere, he uses the exact same words as Russell. Protecting people is a guardian's calling. After hearing such words coming out of the boy's mouth, obviously, he can't let it slide when the boy was almost dying. Our protagonist charges at the occultist, piercing his stomach with a wooden sword. However, that wasn't enough to stop the occultist. He prepares an attack and hits his face dead center boy. But that was enough time for the boy to prepare an attack, magic circle, ice stake, and go. He hit the occultist with everything, man, and taking advantage of this opening that was created. For our protagonist, he takes the spear and drives it into the occultist's neck. After defeating the occultist, worried about our protagonist, the boy asks if he is okay. Our protagonist asks the same question. To him, are you okay, boy? Our protagonist tells the boy to leave quickly, before the other occultists arrive. But with tears in his eyes, the boy says he can't leave him. They're alone, boy. Listen closely. Acting like this will make me a master who can't even protect his own disciple. Go. Live and become a guardian. Keeping one more promise won't hurt, right? So the boy, bursting into tears, says he promises he will become a guardian. Goodbye, master, in these final moments. Our protagonist says that he was always like that. He is like his lost dream, like the courage he abandoned. And that's why our protagonist hated him from the bottom of his heart. But it's also why he liked the boy, thanks to you, boy, I was able to live again then. He charges at the occultists with everything, with a magic that can only be learned by understanding the principle of whether the circle is high or low. You must survive then. He charges at the occultist with everything, and boom. But unfortunately, he died, guys, however, completely out of nowhere. He wakes up in a mental space with a guy, saying it's time for him to go. He gets a bit curious, asking where he is. Well, so you're finally awoken, this mysterious person asks how it was in that world. Russell says that he lost the dream, to which he persistently clung. But while he was talking to this mysterious being, he sees the spirit on the other side, wondering if he failed to escape. From all of that in the end, I couldn't protect anything. But the mysterious person says he is wrong. Russell Raymond, the heir to the dragon's power. Obviously, our protagonist is curious, right? So he asks who the guy is. I am the master of this wicked world. People call me by another name, the Temple of Mirrors. I knew it, guys. I said this crap was all a dream, man. Man, if it kept going like that, it would suck. I would drop it right now if it kept going like that, man. Clearly, our protagonist gets curious about the Temple of Mirrors. This mysterious person says that's exactly it. This place shows the deepest fears of your mind. In our protagonist's case, it's his worth. Why did you receive such power? Are you worthy of possessing this power? You had your own and unique answer to that question. And out of nowhere comes our protagonist's memory of a choice he once made. It was so that he could grow more and protect people. The answer behind from that questioning was to become a guardian and protect people. So, all this suffering he went through was just a test then. It says yes, and Russell went beyond his own answer. He showed that he can become a guardian. Even without those powers, he did that through his choice to protect other people. As the soul of the spirit fades as his last words, he says he'd won't forget his promise. The mysterious person says that the body before him is not an illusion. It is the courage that protected him until now, and will have to protect him in the future as well. He says that he can finally fulfill his long-standing vow. Old man, it is time for you to depart as a new light. Just like that, a notification. And the system appears, saying that he received other things. He absorbed the dragon blood, and lastly, he acquired the first golden mask. And finally, after all this suffering, all this testing, on our protagonist, we are returning to the present. Damn, where Jerome is fighting against Alan Page. And man, Alan took a beating in such a way that the boy is completely wrecked. The masked man says, I've heard a lot about you, that you're a genius, and it's truly incredible, because you know how to control the situation. As soon as he arrived there, right? But one thing that left me quite impressed is who would have thought you guys would use the artifact as bait to save the princess? But that didn't change a damn thing, right? The masked man tells Jerome to ask if Hay's done playing around so they can leave, right? But not. Before they leave, they need to destroy the barrier first. The spirit gets desperate, right? Because that relic is a relic from the era of the gods. In the princess's mind, she wonders if there is nothing they can do. But just as Jerome was about to destroy the barrier, out of nowhere the relic was repelled. All of them got a bit curious, right? Because the relic of the gods couldn't break through? But that's not it, guys. How could the relic not break through? It's because our protagonist didn't let it break through, boy. And the boy looks terrifying with that mask, man. After seeing the mask, both Jerome and the other masked man were deeply impressed. Because that mask, impossible, but there's no time for that, boy, when they least expected it. Our protagonist rushed at the masked man with everything. He even tried to use the portal to stop our protagonist. But it was already too late, man. Our protagonist hits him dead. Meanwhile, Jerome is in disbelief. He can't believe our protagonist destroyed the portal. And using the mask, our protagonist tries to say something to them, right? But what are you saying? Man, I didn't understand a thing, so he takes off the mask and says he is glad that they are safe. I didn't understand one thing, man. They were impressed because our protagonist is using the mask. Once again, right? Anyway, he wonders how our protagonist got there. Alan, in his mind, tells his master that bet he made with our beautiful master over there won't be so easy. Meanwhile, the princess says she can't believe he came back alive. But there's no time for that, because Jerome is furious with our protagonist, and it's the same thing our protagonist tells the princess. We can talk about this later. Russell Raymond, your return won't change anything. It'll kill you and take the artifact. And out of nowhere, boom, an explosion happens clearly. It's Jerome and our protagonist fighting in the sky. Jerome says that mask belongs to him. Our protagonist asks if it was Blaine who planned all of this. Shut up. Then he uses an attack and hits our protagonist dead in. At least that's what he thought. Because our protagonist was already right behind him. Stop now and admit that you are Blaine's shadow. Then Russell tries to hit him with everything. But in a fraction of a second, Blaine manages to dodge, man. When he lands on the ground, Blaine says that it's a simple truth. He is not his shadow then. Jerome prepares his aura and sends a slash right at our protagonist with everything. However, by a narrow margin, our protagonist managed to defend against this strong attack from Jerome. Jerome says that if he had the mask, Blaine would be the one who's his shadow. Power makes everything possible. And you know that well, Russell Raymond. But our protagonist says that power is not the most important thing, just like that. He puts on the golden mask. I understood that part about the golden mask. Even though the mask is white. I get it, right? This mask. Our protagonist put on assists his thoughts and induces the manifestation of the blood of the dragon, meaning from now on, our protagonist can activate the second phase of dragonification, guys. Would you like to use this mask? And obviously our protagonist accepts, damn right. Second stage of dragonification. Power is not the most important thing, in other words. Courage is what comes first. Courage? You say that nonsense, the son of someone who has never fallen into darkness. Darkness. That's not true. I have been in the darkness. 2. The only difference is that I followed the light. Russell Raymond style. Magic Spear. Gabolg. What a terrible name. I'll just call it Golden Spear. I just messed up with this language. Russell Raymond style. Golden spear, see how awesome? Nonsense. If that is true, then prove it. He charges right at our protagonist with everything. And as soon as his sword and our protagonist's spear clash, a giant explosion happens, and obviously with the mask equipped, and the second phase of dragonification activated. Our protagonist is much stronger than Jerome, guys. Just like that, he tears off one of Jerome's arms. And this doesn't compute in Jerome's mind, because he must have a chimera heart. So, since he can't reach him, give up, Jerome, shut up. I cannot lose here, and as a last resort, Jerome squeezes out all his remaining strength and creates for more free arms, however. It seems that this power he just used exceeds the limits of his body. In other words, this is his final attack. And the same goes for our protagonist. Because there are only 10 seconds left. Before the dragonification ends, then so be it. Maximum power, die. Russell Raymond, but in a fraction of a second. Jerome's attack was almost reaching our protagonist, overheating, and with just one movement, boom. He destroyed Jerome, leaving only half of his body in his last moments. Jerome says he can't give up like this, but even though he uses the rest of his remaining strength, it seems that this will be his end. He wanted to become a dragon, but couldn't make it to the end. So, this was his destiny, and right before our protagonist, Jerome dies. Guys, finally a good villain. After Spando, right guys, for God's sake. But I still prefer that battle with Spando, man. It was much more badass. While Russell was admiring the view of the volcano, the only people who stayed alive in this case, Alan Page, the princess, and the old man call our protagonist to leave. And of course, our little dragon Pepe couldn't be missing. Right, son? And he arrives and headbutts our protagonist, jumping onto his lap and crying, because he thought our protagonist had died. Our protagonist is relieved, because he thought Pepe had gotten hurt. Right, guys? But it seems Hay's fine, right? And look, who found the little chick? Man, Pepe is crying, poor thing. So, after everything that happened, after all this battle, the princess tells them to go to the kingdom of Edmund. And after our protagonist and the others left, the masked man takes Jerome's hand and leaves without saying a word, a while. Later, already in Edmund at the Supreme Court, they were discussing Jerome's case. And according to the bald guy, there his professor, the master of the Red Tower, in this case, Blaine was also part of this. And the real Blaine stepped forward. So, the bald guy asks if Blaine has any argument. But he says no, that because of his negligence, he didn't notice anything. Damn, I hate this guy so much, man. Seriously, Blaine keeps talking, saying that, as the master, he must carry the mistakes of his disciple. As Jerome's master, he takes full responsibility for it. But out of nowhere, someone raises their hand, asking if he can say something. This is Bismarck Hartmann, the Archduke of the Empire. In other words, the guy is on the kingdom's side, right? And absolutely out of nowhere, he gives a malicious glare at all the people who are there, and the guy doesn't even need to hide that he is the villain, right? And they shut their mouths, right? They're just shitting their pants in fear like that, because it's the Archduke, who is always challenging the authority of the royal family. What could be the king's plan? But meanwhile, outside, everyone is drooling over the good looks of our protagonist, right? The boy is handsome, man. Look at him. But while they were talking there, out of nowhere, our Princess Hike arrives there, saying she was looking for them. And as soon as they see her, obviously they bow, right? Especially because she is the king's daughter. But our beautiful Princess Hekwat, a wonderful woman, tells them to stand up, right? Especially since she should be the one greeting them. To my saviors, my most sincere thanks, especially to you, Russell. Raymond, see you later, Russell. I'm telling you, man. Something is going to happen between our protagonist and the princess. What do I do now, man? But our protagonist cannot keep thinking about that. At this moment, he needs to focus, especially because this is a great opportunity to put the Raymond family at the forefront of people's minds over time. Later, all three were before the king with the king, saying that the purpose of today's meeting is to honor the mages for their contribution, Spando. the mage from the Yellow Tower, resisted the occultists, who threatened the security of the kingdom. So he receives 200 coins into mana-boosting items. And the next one is our boy Alan Page? I don't know. Second son of the Page family and mage of the Spear Tower. He bravely defended against the evil occultists, who sought the relics. And for that, he receives the Medal of Dawn. I think that's how you pronounce it, right? And also, he earned the title of Baron. And last but not least, our boy Russell. Raymond, raise your head, boy in the past. Your father abandoned the battlefield, representing a significant threat to the entire kingdom. So it's natural that the ministers doubt the loyalty of the Raymond family, and of course, this leaves our protagonist annoyed. Right, but before he could try to say anything, right, the king tells the boy to prove himself. And today, he says that the master of the Flame Tower, our gorgeous old lady, right, said that the boy is advanced, and that he managed to conquer the fifth circle. The deeper the darkness, the stronger the light. So many achievements. Boy, no one else will doubt your worth. Prove it to them. Russell, the king's goal, is to make the boy a hero in front of everyone, with the aim of weakening the faction of the Archduke. Just like that, the boy activates his skills, called circular protection. In Alan's mind, he says that this magic he is using is only of the first circle. It's a magic that reveals someone's attributes, however. For those people who know nothing about magic, there is no better attraction than this. And obviously, after seeing that, the old master of the spear and Alan get impressed. Right, especially because this was an explosive growth. After showing his skills, the king says he thought his father was a lost cause. Who would have thought he would be hiding such a precious seed? Your compliments are too generous, your majesty. Listen here, mages. The special case of the Raymond family. I elevate your title to Count. Furthermore, along with the third-class military merit medal, I hereby grant you the right to collect taxes from 10,000 households in the neighboring city. At your command, your majesty. Wow, our boy became rich, son. And for me to get rich, too, leave a like and subscribe to the channel, my noble friend. Anyone who doesn't subscribe to the channel will lose their mind. And do you really want to lose your mind? After all these greetings to the heroes, the king tells our protagonist to stand up. He thanks him for saving his daughter, saying that these words do not come from a king, but from a father, and for having saved our princess. Hike. He is going to give a reward to our protagonist. Is there anything you want, boy? And obviously, our protagonist wasn't going to turn that down, right, guys? A while later, in our boy Russell's quarters, what he asked the king for was the dragon's heart. That was in the museum, basically. Where everything started, our protagonist says that he was a bit worried about how he would obtain this heart, but in the end, he got it, the heart of a dragon. What could its real form be? The little thing looks a bit shriveled up, doesn't it, however? When our protagonist channeled his magical power into the heart, its true form will appear. He begins to channel his magic into the dragon's heart, and out of nowhere, the heart shatters, revealing its true form. He obtained the horn of the forgotten Dragon King, the essence of lightning. Wait, it wasn't a heart? It was a horn. He didn't even need a horn. Moving on to Blaine's trial. Count Hartman asks what they think about concluding these 6 months of probation. The bald guy gets a bit pensive. I mean, Hay's not completely bald. He still has a little bit of hair here. And of course, after seeing the guy stay silent, Blaine starts to smile, right? That makes our gorgeous master furious, because they are all involved in all of this. Returning to our protagonist, he is absorbing the power of the horn. The horn, with the power of lightning, sets off our boy Russell's thoughts. He says it is much more comfortable than when he absorbed the fire essence, and he is impressed, because it's a powerful electrical energy. To think that even without completely absorbing it, it is already filling up a third of the fifth circle. With that, several notifications begin to appear, saying that absorbing the horn, this and that, the mana rising above the absorbable limit, will remain as a dormant power. In the intermediate knowledge regarding the lightning attribute of our protagonist has reached its limit. In other words, our protagonist's lightning knowledge has evolved to an advanced level, and out of nowhere, Pepe summons himself, but Hay's huge son or she, whatever, wow. In getting curious, wondering if he was affected by the power of lightning as well, then, out of nowhere, Pepe flies straight out the window, man. Because of that, our protagonist wonders what Pepe is doing right, or she, whatever, but out of nowhere, he returns. There again, do you want me to ride you? And out of nowhere, he picks up our protagonist and takes off flying into the sky. What are you doing, Pepe? Wait. Before our protagonist knew it, he was already up in the sky with an extremely beautiful view. This leaves our protagonist impressed because he didn't just grow in size. His flight skills have also improved a lot. He asked Pepe if him being bigger means it will be easier to be spotted. But for some reason, our protagonist understands what Pepe is saying. He told our protagonist that he shouldn't worry. I don't know how he is understanding the dragon, but fine. And to answer Russell's question, simply out of nowhere, the dragon vanishes. He asks Professor Humbert if he is leaving for a mission outside the kingdom. Now Professor Humbert gets curious. Like, how did he know about that, man? So, our boy asks if he can go with him, and it's no use denying it, especially since our beautiful master gave him permission. In our protagonist's mind, he says that, from what he remembers, this mission is the one where Professor Humbert is going to die. But while he was lost in his thoughts, the system appears with a new quest. For our protagonist, return alive with Humbert from the unknown danger. And you guys can read the reward because I'm too lazy to read it right, since there's no reason for our protagonist to stop him from going. He just needs to go along, right? To prevent the death of our Professor Humbert. A while later, already heading toward the mission, our protagonist, with his beautiful wings, right, looking like a butterfly, and Professor Humbert with his little power. On his feet there, Professor Humbert says they are, almost arriving at the mission location, right? And it's also comforting to have our protagonist by his side, right? But is there any reason for you to come along? Our protagonist says that he just wants to go after new achievements, right? And also, he has never done a mission with Professor Humbert, right? So it's because of that too, right? And since they are going too slowly, our protagonist says that he will go ahead to check the situation. According to our protagonist, the failure of the mission will lead to the death of Professor Humbert and the Empire's interference with the internal affairs of the kingdom, which means there is a high chance the Empire is involved in Professor Humbert's death. But while our protagonist is coming up with his plan, a new quest appears in the system: escort the special envoy of the kingdom. Safely escort the envoy, the key figure of the kingdom, and enter the kingdom's territory. And as soon as our protagonist gets there, there's a battle going on until I eliminate the threat of the Empire. And with just one flaming attack, he defeats all the enemies. The mustache guy gets curious, like, fifth circle magic? Who the hell is this kid? Then our protagonist approaches them and asks if he is Count Kimberly. He says that he is Russell Raymond, a mages of the Flame Tower, who came to escort them. After hearing this, the mustache guy gets happy, right? So, he is the famous Sir Russell. But before the mustache guy could continue, there our protagonist senses something and asks if he could wait there for a moment. Then he dashes off somewhere There, right, he can feel it. He is at least on Spando's level. Or maybe even higher. Somewhere else. This guy here almost finished. Says that the Count didn't have to go very far. We need to buy more time. Meanwhile, the guy who is setting the ambush gives a macabre smile, and with just one attack, he defeats everyone around him. Boy, so Hei's the one who killed Professor Humbert. This is the Imperial Master Swordsman McHugh. In other words, Spando's mentor, guys. Whoa, I wonder if our protagonist is going to throw hands? Looks like not yet, right? How sad, man. I thought they were going to trade blows. But anyway, a while later, Professor Humbert finally arrived here. With our protagonist, the mustache guy. Is there, right? He introduces himself. There, blah blah blah, says he is Humbert. A mage from the tower. Professor Humbert gets curious. Right, because those people who attacked them are from the Imperial Army. Our protagonist finds it interesting. Right, it seems they weren't trying to hide their identities. This means they feel they don't need to. Or things were too urgent. For them to worry about disguises, right? Princess? She gets impressed. He is as extraordinary as the rumors say. This is Princess Hike of the kingdom. Wow, another princess in our boy's pocket. A while after the introductions, while Professor Humbert carries the mustache guy, our protagonist carries the princess. Count Kimberly says that the Marquis in command is trying to consolidate his power. Power through a marriage between the princess and his son. With the support of the Empire, his cruelty might be unmatched, but the mustache guy stays calm. Right, especially since they've already shaken off their pursuers. So, he asks why they are in such a hurry. Like that, right? According to Professor Humbert. They went after the mustache guy. There, right as soon as he left the fortress. He is sure there must be another group. Behind all of this, while Professor Humbert was talking with the Count, our protagonist is a bit pensive. Right, because they really managed to pull away. And he sees no sign of being pursued. But what is this unsettling feeling that I'm feeling all of a sudden, out of nowhere? An attack comes in his direction, and our protagonist tells everyone to get down. And before things went south right there, Professor Humbert tells the Count to take the princess and leave. And the person who attacked them is heading right toward them. This leaves Professor Humbert terrified, right, because this man is a disaster in human form. The great tiger sword of the Empire, with black hair and red eyes. McHugh, you must be Russell Raymond. And I will make you pay for the lives of my disciples. And activating his crazy sword skill, he unleashes an attack at our protagonist and Professor Humbert with everything but Professor Humbert. And our protagonists won't let it slide. Both of them activate their skills, protecting themselves from Miku's attack, using his earth power. Professor Humbert opened a path for Russell to attack the swordsman, and of course, he hit him dead. All you know are tricks, disciple. Of that damn woman, obviously. It's not going to be easy to defeat a swordsman. Of this level, right guys? He enveloped his body with an aura, and I will show you something interesting. In return, boy and the fuchsia sword, after activating, this skill, a swift attack, goes toward Professor Humbert, and it hits him dead. A sword made of dragon bones, corrupted with the blood of 10 mages, is truly perfect for fighting against mages. McHugh charges at Professor Humbert with everything, trying to finish him off. But obviously our protagonist couldn't let that happen. Right? He saves him just in time. Impressive. But try dodging this. After dodging all the attacks, Russell says that when he gives the signal, the professor should run and join the Count and the princess. But as a professor, and also a father figure, I want to leave you here alone, Russell. Professor, trust me, I will come back with you guys. Russell finished speaking. Kiddies? That's so Our protagonist uses his chain lightning skill. Now the fire bamboo shards will give Humbert time to escape. But the boy cannot take McHugh. As an easy opponent, lightning storm cloud ring. And the attack hits McHugh dead. Since I don't have much time, I will use all of my power. Oh yes, he activates dragonification. Stage 2, Golden Spear. I will end everything with this attack. It seems it worked. He really succeeded. I didn't think I would die in such a peaceful way, boy. However, out of nowhere, Miku's sword begins to react due to some, "How dare you try to harm the Dragon Lord using the bones of a dragon?" Our protagonist gets curious. This is the voice he heard. In front of the dragon heart, how ridiculous could this human be? I, the divine Dragon King, say, "Hey boy, I will give you my power. For a moment, in exchange, eliminate this worm. Who insults? The name of the dragons. I have something to ask of you. Find the dragons. Their existences will make you connect to me. You will become the master and the hope of the dragons that endure in this world." After learning, the dragon's words and immense power begins to flow through Russell's body. The boy doesn't completely understand what the dragon meant, but if he has this power, he can defeat him. Suddenly, something begins to take over Mikyu's arm, and yes, guys, he ripped off his own arm. Man, that's insane. And taking advantage of this moment, our protagonist charges at him with everything, using the flame spear. "In overheat, you underestimated me." He managed to defend against our protagonist's attack easily. Did you think losing a single arm would make a difference? Those arrogant eyes. You have the exact same cursed eyes as your father. How do you know my father? I knew him. I wanted to gouge out those arrogant eyes of his. But unfortunately, someone beat me to it. What do you mean by that? And at an incredible speed. He appears behind our protagonist, fool. Why do you simply think it was the Empire that killed your father like that? They trade attacks, and each goes to one side. But in the end, it was Russell who got the worst of it, guys. How on earth this is ridiculous. To think I couldn't dodge an attack so simple like this. How pathetic. And with just a clench of his hand, he unleashes multiple attacks upon the boy. But our protagonist won't give up, so easily right. He manages to dodge all the attacks. Too predictable and catching our protagonist off guard. He hits the boy square in. Did you think you would win with that pathetic talent of yours? You clumsy little piece of trash? You cannot reach the higher level. Without sacrificing something, it is too early for a child. Like you, just like that, he delivers an insane blow at the boy, but before the strike could hit him, our protagonist managed to escape. The boy has no choice but to admit it. This guy is a superhuman, an above-average opponent. But even so, he will keep trying to fight just like that. He used a skill called Wind Wave, but even catching Mikyu by surprise, the guy managed to block all of his attacks. Is it really impossible to defeat him? No, I can't give up gravity. I will show you how a real mage fights. And after using gravity, he uses a skill called Explosion, and he blows up Mikyu. Completely, guys, however, even after blowing up Mikyu with all his power, Mikyu remains standing. Holy crap. The guy wasn't even charred, let alone dead, man, die, devil. And since the boy is out of strength, Mikyu manages to catch him. How dare you? Underestimate me using cheap tricks, boy. I will kill you, Hayes right, to reach. Further, I really need to sacrifice everything. Lightning overload. And to buy time, he lands a powerful kick on the guy, sending him flying with his skill. Russell stimulated his muscles with electricity, increasing his speed in an explosive way. This was a trump card he kept precisely. For this moment, boy, now with all his skills active, he charges at the guy with everything. Using all the power he had left, even so the boy, using all his power, hits Mikyu squarian, and he still stands. I will kill you, boy. But before Mikyu could finish our protagonist, for good out of nowhere someone struck Mikyu. And that person who saved our boy Russell is the master of the Yellow Tower boy. He asks Mikyu, how does it feel, lying on the ground? Like a cursed insect, now die? And with just one attack, he defeated him. The bald guy is impressed because to think the boy could corner Mikyu that much on his own, you did something grand. Russell Raymond, your desperate struggle changed the destiny of the kingdom. No one else will doubt your skills. Didn't I say I to return, Professor Humbert? This is truly the birth of a hero. But what happens from here on out? We will only find out in the next video, guys. I hope you guys liked it. Leave a like and subscribe to the channel. Bro, so that was it. This is the end. See you in the next adventure, man.